Hello and welcome to this Eureka City Council regular meeting, Tuesday, March 4th. It's nice to see so many people in chambers. We're grateful you're here. We will open this meeting with the land acknowledgement, except I don't have my glasses. Let's see. The land that Eureka rests on is known in the Wiyot language as Jirojiji. Past actions by local, state, and federal governments removed the Wiyot and other indigenous peoples from the land and threatened to destroy their cultural practices. The City of Eureka acknowledged the Wiyot community, their elders both past and present, as well as future generations. This acknowledgement demonstrates the city's commitment to dismantle the ongoing legacies of settler colonialism. And with that, we will have a roll call.
Councilmember Castellano.
Here.
Councilmember Moulton.
Here.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Here.
Councilmember Bauer.
Here.
Councilmember Contreras Deloche.
Here.
Mayor Burgell.
Here. And would all who care to join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay. And City Attorney Luna, was there a report out of closed session?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. No report out of closed session tonight.
Thank you. And with that, we will call up, we're going to have a special presentation about our fire department and the LA fires. If we could get Chief Citro to come forward. And his crew. Thank you guys for being here.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. As you're aware, on January 7th, two large wildfires started in the Los Angeles area around 10 o'clock in the morning, which is fairly unprecedented for the month of January. The fires instantly were out of control under 100 mile per hour winds and started burning multiple structures in two areas of the Los Angeles area. Later that afternoon, I was notified by our county OES coordinator that they were requesting resources from all over the state and to prepare for Humboldt Bay Fire to be requested to deploy to the fires down in LA. So we started our internal protocol of polling personnel to see who would like to go. And these three gentlemen stepped up. And the next day, Tuesday, they left at noon from Eureka and headed down to LA. And they were assigned to those fires for 10 days. So I will introduce Firefighter Greg Cabral, Engineer Lyndon Powell, and Captain Trevor Morris, who were on our Engine 8136 that responded to those fires. And I'll turn it over to Captain Morris to talk about their experiences down there, what they saw, what they experienced, and also have some presentation for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, council members and Mayor. I appreciate you having us today. We have a slideshow that we would like to do. If you want to step over here, Lyndon.
So yeah, I just prepared a quick slideshow. It's just going to show some pictures and some of the things we saw and did there on the fire. Also, if you have any questions during it, please just interject them as you will, because it's more of a conversation than just a rambling. All right, so let's see here. Uh-oh. There we go.
There we go.
All right, so like Chief said, we left the station on January 8th. It was approximately 1 o'clock that we left. It's a picture of us there getting ready to go. We literally hopped in the engine after that photo and took off down the road. I think it's working now. So we arrived in Malibu at approximately 2:30 in the morning. We first went down to meet Fortuna Fire. We met them at their station. We grabbed them, and then we went all the way down to where did we go?
So this was an unusual strike team assignment. Usually we would do it with local people from Humboldt, not Humboldt Fire District or Humboldt Bay. We would be doing this with the greater community of Humboldt County. This one was really unique in the sense that they put us with 3 engines from Sonoma. So we had Fortuna, which is local, 8136, which is Humboldt Bay Fire, and then we also had strike team leader was from Sonoma Valley Fire, an engine from Sonoma Valley Fire, Anderson Valley Fire, and South Coast Fire. And that just shows you the urgency of what they needed equipment down there. So like my partner here was saying, we drove down to Fortuna, met up with Fortuna. We convoyed down to Santa Rosa. That's where we met up in Petaluma with the rest of the strike team. At that point, we got fuel and we got food and we headed to LA. And there was no stopping at that point. We got all the way down to the bottom of the Grapevine. We did stop for fuel because we were on vapors at that point. And then it was a cruise into Malibu at that point. Like he was saying, 2:30 in the morning. We are tired. We've been up all night. They bed us down for, what would you say, about 4 hours, 3 hours, and then we got up. Yeah, we got up about 6 o'clock in the morning and went to go figure out what our assignment was being, and we got sent out to the line, which I think we'll caveat into the next slide here.
Yep. So once we got our assignment, we were told to drive back through Malibu, and this was during the daytime. We were able to see what was actually going on. So this is a short little video, just kind of shows you some of the destruction. This is from our point of view driving through there. This video goes for about a minute, but it goes like this for miles and miles and miles and miles.
This fire was devastating. It was like nothing I've ever seen before in my career. I've been at this for 20 years now and change, and I've seen a lot of houses burned. I've seen a lot of communities devastated, but not to this degree. During this fire, there was 12 people that were killed. There was over 6,800 structures, and a lot of times when we talk about structures, we're talking about barns and sheds and little nothing outbuildings. These were homes, the 6,800. This wasn't a rural community that had a lot of outbuildings. And there was 23,400 acres in total that was finally burnt, and a majority of it burnt within 3 days. So you can see the video is still going. This is the next day. There's still smoke. It doesn't show you just how devastating this was. There's no power. The infrastructure has all been burnt. And we got to see house after house and community just ravaged.
Well, we later got to our staging area where we were waiting there for a task to be assigned to us. We got to see lots of airplanes and helicopters dropping loads like this retardant right there.
Right there, what they're doing is they're strengthening a line. So that's a contingent line. And later on, it all burned. It didn't end up working.
They are not always very accurate with where they dropped it, so they got us pretty good. The fire started getting a little closer. It was creeping up that gullieway towards us where we were staging at. Then we got assigned to cut some fire line and lay some hose lines. Greg here had the awesome task of setting a hose line down a very, very, very steep hill. I think it took him about 5 hours.
Yeah, 5 hours. Yeah, it was about 700 feet in elevation change, and then it was for probably half a mile down a slope, and just on that point, it was just you could see everybody's just sliding down the hill and everything, and just not the ideal way to kind of bring down some hose, and just the fire's right next to us and everything, and we're trying to put water on the fire, and it was a brutal hose lay, but it was good for the cause and everything. So
the fire reached our lines. We were there with the hose lines ready to go. We held the fire to the line. That's kind of, it doesn't look like it, but that's a hillside on fire beside us. Helicopters were helping us hold the line. Unfortunately, the wind shifted at around 2 in the morning. The fire was able to jump our line and then burn back towards us. Our exit was cut off by the fire, and so we had to retreat to a safe area and let the fire burn around us. This is a video of us hanging out in our engine, letting the fire burn around us.
You should be able to get him on the radio. Just you come out for now.
The video doesn't do it justice, but it looked like fireworks all the way around us. Just nonstop.
It was very smoky, even in the cab and everything. The next day, oncoming crews released us, and we got some much-needed rest. We had been up for, felt like a week, but it was about 48 hours, and we got returned to base camp. We clean up, we take care of our rig, we get some food, and then we finally get released from the base camp around noonish, and we got to go to a hotel and sleep until the next morning. About 5, we get up and go do it again. So this is a briefing for our next day, January 11th. This is a little video showing some of the abandoned cars that were left. There were people who had to leave their car and just flee to escape the fires. Their cars were there the entire time we were there. We were staging, and we had some structure protection we were getting ready to accomplish. Some more airdrops during the day. And I have a video of just an airdrop or two here or there, but it was hundreds all throughout the day. It was just constant. We set a contingency hose line and we manned it for the night. So we had a hose line contingency. So the fire line was beneath us. We were at the ridge line. We were just holding that in case it jumped the people that were down there. This was our view of LA from our cab that night. Kind of cool. The 13th and 15th, we were assigned to neighborhoods, and these neighborhoods were pretty well burnt. There was a few houses still standing, but our task was to find things that were still smoldering and smoking, put it out. We were also see if any of the houses that remained, if there were any pets or people or anything that we needed to assist with. I believe Trevor helped some community members, fed their chickens for them.
Yeah, I found a couple chickens and took care of chickens, made sure they had plenty of water and food, because the public wasn't allowed in and there's nobody to take care of them, so just topped them off.
Me and Greg found some koi ponds that we fed the fish there too. So we tried to do what we could, but it's pretty well ravaged. There was thousands of burned houses, as Trevor was saying. These are just a couple that we were at. But the community there was awesome. There was people, some were still in their neighborhoods. There was also people that were, they'd come up to any fire engine, they'd just give us food. We had so much food we didn't know what to do with it. Also, the picture there, I got to meet Jay Leno. He was serving food. Yeah, it was nice to see some of the community out there. That was it. You guys have any questions?
Councilmember Contreras-Deloach, thank you, by the way.
Thank you so much. Thanks for bringing this to us so we could all see what you guys are doing.
Yeah.
I actually just wanted to say thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I knew that you guys that we had people that went down there, and so I think it's so good for the community to know the kind of people that we have working for them in the community. And you guys are fantastic. Thank you, and thank you for answering that call and going down there too. All the footage that everybody was seeing was terrifying, and I'm appreciative of people that have the courage to go into situations like that to save the rest of us. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Moulton.
I just want to add my own thanks for volunteering for that call, for helping people out, and for so wonderfully representing our community. I am in awe of your bravery and your skill. and just very proud that we were able to send the three of you down there to help out in the way that we could. That's all. Thank you.
Do we have anything further? Thank you so much. That was a great presentation. We appreciate you.
I would also like to thank Councilmember Contreras Deloach and Councilmember Moulton for coming and doing ride along recently with us. It was
nice.
awesome. We hope you guys had fun. And if anyone else would like to come do a ride along, please sign up. We would love to have you. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
I did a Bowl for Kids' Sake the other night with some of these esteemed council members, and unfortunately our city manager wasn't able to make it, but I stepped in his place and I bowled a 202 for him, so yeah.
Lyndon. Thank you. Okay, so I just have a few mayor's announcements before we move forward. I do want to let people know that we are having a kickoff for May's Mental Health Month. That will be May 4th, 2025. That kickoff will be happening at the Wharfinger. It will be a town hall style with the speaker, Joe Reed, coming from Michigan. He wrote a book called Broken Like Me, An Insider's Toolkit for Mending Broken People. He speaks all over the United States. We'll have a professional panel and a live experience panel, and then we'll probably have some type of food. So we get that on your calendar. Mental Health Month is coming very soon, and there'll be a lot of great activities. I just wanted to also say that I had the privilege of reading at Lafayette to the kids for Reading Across America. Got to go to Bowl for Kids' Sake and bowl with these great people. Did a ribbon cutting for, this is a new service that's going to be in town. This new service is Advanced Crisis Solutions, and they work with children and parents, referrals from the regional center. So if you need any information about that, please let me know. And then I just had a lot of various meetings with Humboldt Bay Heavy Lift Marine Terminal, Humboldt Open Door, just a lot of different various things. So always working, it seems. With that, we're going to move on to our public comment period. This is the time for members of the public who wish to be heard on matters that do not appear on the agenda. City Council policy is to limit each speaker to 3 minutes. Each time allotment or the portion thereof shall not be transferred to other speakers. The public will be allowed to speak concurrently with the calling of an agenda item following the staff presentation of that item. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council may not take action on an item that does not appear on the agenda, and the time allotment for public comment on non-agenda items is a maximum of 30 minutes. 30 minutes shall be allotted to receiving public comments at the initial public comment period. If necessary, an additional period shall be allotted after city manager reports, but only if the 30-minute public comment period was not sufficient to allow those who wish to speak to do so. So we have some folks for public comment. Come on up. Welcome.
Mayor, Council, just wanted to make a brief comment this evening. Wanted to thank all of you for your help in working with the community and with Open Door and with Hatcher to resolve an issue that's been going on in the neighborhood near 1522 3rd. And Hatcher will be moving to Open Door's location over at Tid Street starting next week. And I know that that had a great deal to do with efforts from particular council members, but also from the Open Door Board and community members, all of you put together, and we greatly appreciate that. The community has definitely noticed an uptick in issues in the area the past couple of months, and culminating in a car with all of the wheels removed just a couple nights ago. I think some of you are aware of this, and EPD's been patrolling more, and it's been a burden on the community and a burden on EPD, and we're glad that it's being resolved. And we hope that at some point in the future we can have a discussion of, or be involved in a discussion of policy statement that might help ensure that this doesn't happen again. But that's a future topic. Anyway, thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
Thanks for being here, Gary. And we'll take you from this side now. Welcome.
Hello. All right, I'm not here to speak about anything these people are here to speak up about. I'm here to speak about my backyard, more specifically 2030 Park. In that, what was it, 3 years ago? It was announced that we were eligible for a grant to fix the park up and everything, and it made it sound like it was a done deal, and everybody was really excited about that. Shortly after that, y'all forced a name change on us that nobody really supported, nobody really wanted or needed. The new name was Dayas Park, a word term which refers to where the cypress are, which is ironic because the only cypress of the park were planted by white people about 50 years ago. But beyond that, so then it was announced that the park construction would begin that year, and it didn't. And it went on to the next year, and it didn't. And it went on to the next year. And finally, it was begun. And the first thing that happened, y'all came in and cut down 60% of the namesake, the cypress trees that the park was named after. And then nothing. You had a 6-month time window to get the job done, had $6.4 million to spend, and pretty much nothing happened all summer. My kitchen window looks right out of the park. I get a pretty good idea what's going on. Things started moving along a little quicker come fall, of course. Then, of course, the rains come and everything. The November deadline came and went. Y'all said, oh, no, it's going to be done in February. So here it is, March. That park's months from being done. And then just recently, I find out, little birdie told me, that the name change came about because y'all were told that you'd get the grant if you changed the name. So essentially, you sold us out for money. You got the grant. You stole the money, and you haven't given us a park. What's going on? Where's our money? Where's our park?
Thank you. Come on up.
Good
Welcome.
evening. Thank you. My name is Linda Evans. I live in McKinleyville, but I worked for probably 30 years in Eureka, spending lots of money here and raising revenues for the city. And I really appreciate the presentation by the fire department members. That's incredible acts of bravery. I'm here because this Saturday, March the 8th, is International Women's Day. I'm a member of Women's International League for Peace and Freedom, and we're having an event that I would like to invite everyone to, and I'll leave a flyer with you about it. It's at the Jefferson Center. It's from 5 until 8, and we're partnering with Centro del Pueblo, proud to do that, and we'll have speakers and people tabling. Free. The whole event is free. There'll be food as well. And different organizations performing dances and music. It'll be a festive way to celebrate as well as honor our immigrant neighbors and friends. That's what our focus is this year. So, and then we didn't quite get it together, but I'll see if I can read a proclamation, had we gotten it together, for you all to have endorsed as International Women's Day. Whereas International Women's Day began in the United States in 1909, has been celebrated internationally since 1911, and is an official holiday in 28 countries. On March 8th, people around the world honor women and girls, recognizing their contributions and supporting their political and social rights. And whereas women in many parts of the world are facing war and violence, increased repression, and shortages of basic necessities caused by conflicts, concentration of wealth and power, and by the climate crisis. And whereas in the effort to provide food and shelter, safety and peace for their families and themselves, many brave women leave their loved homelands to seek acceptance in countries, including our own, bringing with them their valuable strengths and skills. Whereas these women, as well as women of color, Black and indigenous women, and women who face oppression based on religion, disability, gender identity or preference, language, culture, or class, have unique perspectives and knowledge that help us all work towards social and environmental justice, peace, and safety locally and globally. Whereas all of us benefit from the talent and spirit of social action that women and girls have made to our communities, cities, and nation and world, we thank and honor our women and girls, appreciate their achievements and contributions to our society, and support their voices as they work to bring peace, justice, and harmony to the world.
Thank you, Linda. Your time is up. Appreciate you being here.
Leave these with. Sure, thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
Long time no see. Well, you guys never cease to amaze me. If there's one or any absurd idea, fad or hype, you always jump on it and try to use it for brownie points with your constituents. May it be drag queen story hour in elementary school or drag queen shows for children of all ages, and thereby child sexualization, mutilation, and indoctrination, normalization of the opioid epidemic. Hatcher comes to mind, the unsolved question of the needle litter. Coming out against Israel, supporting a terrorist organization that has killed dozens of Americans since October 7th alone. The shady green news scam, you just beg for being part of it. Frankenfish, gimme some. And you successfully got away with it, a lot of it, for way too long. You fleece, scam, tax, abuse, neglect, scoff, and laugh, and snicker at the Eureka citizens that have gotten accustomed to expect nothing less than the bottom of the barrel reigning over them. But as usual, the city of Eureka says, hold my crack pipe, and pulls something out of its rear orifice to top every bologna sandwich they served us in the past with something new. Now you have openly defied and thumped your nose at the new administration by openly promoting the idea of harboring criminals, sheltering cartel members, turning a blind eye on illegal immigration. How much more anti-American can you get? I know, hold my crack pipe. A single American, Humboldt, that dies on a fentanyl overdoses, and the fentanyl came in from Mexico, it's your fault and it's on your hands. When my grandparents fled Hitler, my grandmother and my grandfather came here and they needed affidavits to migrate to the United States of America. And you are treasonous traitors. And you are really...
We have an agenda
I
item.
hope you're going to all get recalled and sued into oblivion. And I hope that Doge and Immigration and Customs rips you apart and hauls you off to jail.
Thank you. So this item was agendized. So this is not the time for that public comment. You can comment during that moment. And you're welcome to come up again and speak during that time when we discuss that item. Thank you so much for sitting down. Hi, welcome.
Wow, he was tall. That's a tall person. So there's a picture coming your way. You're going to see a guy sitting on a couch. He's got 4 cats, hot chocolate, and his favorite movie. This was my husband. He's been gone a few years, but he was homeless for 20 years in Oakland. And there was nobody to pull him off the street. There was no CSET team to work with him. Try and get him housing, try and get him somewhere. At 20 years, he was so sick that the people he'd been victimizing, his other homeless people, I didn't mention he was 6'6" and a Vietnam veteran. And he was not exactly not intimidating. He was found by 2 Oakland police officers, and the only thing that he had on him was his VA ID. And they put him in a car and took him to the Palo Alto lockdown unit. And he spent over 4 months trying to get stabilized and another year trying to regain his health because nobody cared. We're very lucky to have the CSET team that we do, doing the work that we do. Please back them in what they do because it is crucial. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Come on up.
Thank you.
Hi, welcome.
This is a little bit similar to the lady that was just talking, and I want to talk a little bit about the homeless because I've worked with them for 2.5 years and people on fentanyl, and I think I'm hoping there'll be a change of heart, and I want to share some things. I'm a Christian, so I have a perspective of the scriptures, and I just wanted to share a little bit along those lines. What has particularly disturbed me is I know they create a mess, but they've been having things confiscated from them, and they are homeless. They're very down and out, and they're having like their tents and all their belongings taken from them, and it's very cold and harsh out there. And well, anyway, the first verse is from Proverbs, and it says, "He who oppresses a poor man insults his maker, but he who is kind and helps him honors God his maker." And oppress means to make the burden heavier on them, to weigh them down, to crush them. And I wanted to share a parable from Matthew 25, and it's about it's the Son of Man. When it speaks in the Bible, that's Jesus, and that he'll judge the nations someday. And the way the parable goes is that he'll divide the peoples like a shepherd would divide the sheep and the goats go on the left and the sheep go on the right. And he says to the sheep, "When I was hungry," this is the standard. The parable illustrates the standard that all the people, the nations, will be judged by. And I hope I have time to do this. But anyway, he says, "When I was hungry, you fed me. When I was naked, you clothed me." There it goes. What you do to the least of those, you do to me. So I didn't get very far. But can I just have 1 minute?
No, you have 17 seconds.
Oh, good. Okay. All right. This is, anyway, when I was sick or when I was in prison, you visited me. And the sheep said, "When did we see you, Lord? And you were naked and we clothed you."
Now your time is up. I'm sorry. But thank you for being here. Come again.
Yes. And
Come
I
again.
wish I could say more, but anyway, I said something.
Come
Thank you.
again. Let's see. This side. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having us. I'm here to speak as well about the homeless issue. Last time I spoke about accountability. This time I want to speak about solutions. There's a lot of research that's been done all over the world about how to combat this issue of houselessness and everything that goes along with it. I just ask that when you make your decisions in the near future that you take and some time to do some of your own research. And I would just like to point out some of the things that I, as somebody who does outreach for a living and has been working to try to do as much as I can for this community in a way of helping the people that need it the most. Instead of taking what little bits of shelter and things that they have and, wasting police resources in such a way, how about giving them somewhere to be? Figure out somewhere for them to be. Because unless they, God forbid, die, they will be here. They're not going to leave. You're not going to run them out. Like, none of these approaches are going to work. Give them somewhere to be. Give them a trash service, as simple as putting a dumpster in the vicinity that they can use. God forbid, maybe some bathrooms and a shower, so that people that are trying to help them know where they are. Because when you displace them, You make it very hard for the many people and different organizations that are trying to help them. And at the same time, they can police themselves for the most part. They can do these, they're more capable than you give them credit for. And there are always shepherds in the flock. There are people that will protect the rest of them. There are people that will stand up for the rest of them. And in doing so, you don't need to turn this situation that I speak of, if you can come up with something that'll work, over to a corrupt organization that is just going to take the money and they won't see any of it and they won't be taken care of. So before you make decisions that are going to make my job or anybody else's job harder that are trying to help them, think about how we can work as a community to make something moving forward that can be used as an example, a positive example of what can be done in other communities. Like, let's lead the way in doing something right. That's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on over. So friends, I guess I didn't remind you in the beginning of this public comment, but during public comment or during the next agenda items as well, it's really important we maintain decorum so that everybody feels comfortable. So sometimes it's not scaring, but clapping or hollering out or, making noise can really make people feel uncomfortable about coming up and sharing their 3 minutes. So if we could keep, this or, thumbs up or something like that, that would be really respectful and appreciated. Carry on. Welcome.
Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Wesley Pop. I've lived here my whole life. My grandfather and my uncle built many bridges and roads in this country. I'm 65, so they're probably 105, 110 in their graves right now. But I would like to say something. First off, Myrtle Avenue, I've seen multiple people almost get hit on the bike lane. And the reason why, because I drive, there's potholes all over the place. And you can't see the lines in the road from the corner from Harrison all the way to Myrtle Avenue or to CVS. I see big trucks taking the whole lane. I had to too, of the bike lane. Darn it, get those roads striped and get those patched until you get the work done. Have you ever driven on that road? How many of you have driven on that road and had to miss all those potholes? Or, it's a safety issue that the city will probably be liable if somebody gets killed and it's the fault of the city roads. I pay my taxes. I've lived in my house. I bought my house in '84 and I've done all kinds of stuff for this community. I volunteer on some stuff. I help people when they need help with money, just a stranger. Please help us out. And the other thing, I don't know who my council member is. I've never met him or her. I live at 2309 Hillside Drive, Eureka, 95501. The only council member that has ever come to my door was Virginia Bass, and she walked the streets back then. Take an example from her.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So is there anybody else in the audience that's come to comment during public comment, general public comment? Okay, seeing no one, we have a few minutes. Let's take the first one on Zoom.
Juniper?
Greetings. This is a direct question for Councilmember Bauer.
She's turning it up. Just, could you start again, please?
Yes.
Still can't hear.
This is a direct question for Councilmember Bauer.
We're working on the volume. If you could just.
That's as how it goes.
That's as loud as it goes.
I can try to speak up.
There we
Is that
go.
better?
Now we can hear you. Great. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. This is a direct question for Councilmember Bauer.
So we don't answer questions during public comment, but certainly you can ask it.
Okay, well, this is a general proposal to the council. There is a large number of citizens and residents seeking to speak to the issue which is on the agenda, specifically regarding the sanctuary as city.
So Juniper, you can speak on that item during when that item comes forward. Okay.
I'm aware of that. My proposal is that that item be moved up in the agenda to make sure that those who are time limited have time to speak on this issue.
So I can appreciate that, Juniper, but we do have a public hearing prior to that we will need to go and take care of.
Guy?
We have a lot of people on both items.
Hello.
Hi, Guy. Welcome.
I also wanted to speak about the sanctuary city thing, but
So,
I know y'all
okay.
mentioned that. Yep. I know y'all mentioned that's a bit later, so I also just want to speak to the sweeps that are going on right now. That I just don't appreciate seeing our unhoused community members being treated this way, being dehumanized, being having their rights taken away, having their stuff taken away, being pushed around. I just think it's really inhumane. I just think it's really cruel, and I want to stop seeing it happen. I want to see more actual community outreach. I want to see more support services. I want to see my taxes be put to things that actually make a difference. Yeah.
Thank you, Guy. And we will take Brendan, Julie, and then
The last four.
the last
Okay.
ones. Yeah, the last
Okay.
three, and then we will close public comment.
Brendan?
Thank you. Thank you for your time. Good to see a few of you that I know. I wanted to speak on the sweeps and the general attitude towards people who are unhoused in the country and our community. I had made the choice to give up a home and move into a camper so I could afford to go to school. And I'm going to school full time at Cal Poly now. And I'm watching my options for where I can stay just wither. And it's really demoralizing. All I'm trying to do is get back on my feet. And I'm in a much better position than most people who are on the streets, believe me. But it seems irrational, seems financially irresponsible, and morally deplorable to kick people when they're down. And I ask that you consider that in your future decisions and your advice to law enforcement locally. Thank you.
Thank you, Brendan. So it's like Julie.
Yes, good evening, City of Eureka. I'm calling in as a supporter for your community. I would really love to see as much attendance at your meetings as there is tonight. You've kind of taken a lull in your attendance for meetings. So I applaud everybody there tonight and to continue being involved with your city. You guys definitely are in need of more of a diverse leadership within your municipality, and it takes time to generate that trust and that relationship between an individual and their community. So start thinking now, start getting people out there. We had some great candidates last time, and there's always more candidates. And you'd be amazed how much productivity happens when we start getting diversity within our councils. We're very happy out in Blue Lake that we were able to do that. And I inspire that you guys in Eureka to get perhaps on a more inclusive track to the rest of the community can do the same thing. So I support anybody that wants to go to your meetings, speak up, don't be shy. It's what we need.
Agreed. Thank you, Julie.
Last three digits, 288.
Hello, this is Ken Sawatsky. Ditto to what Julie just said. Julie's a good friend of mine. I haven't been playing in your forum lately. I will be playing here probably tonight. For those of you who understand what's about to happen in our world, There's going to be a whole bunch of defunding going on. I will make comments on other things later. Some people refer to me as and I take it as a compliment. I'm autistic and have a skill set, but a lot of people will not link up with Elon Musk. I do, and what's going to happen here in your world is pretty well being controlled by him and the current administration in Washington, D.C. And what you've Julie referred to in Blue Lake is basically taking back where the community wants to have participation and input and wants to be allowed to participate. So for those of you who know me, I'm totally supporting you being willing and able to listen to your constituents. If you don't, well, then so be it. But that is a major detriment. And I play mostly in the supervisor chambers and above this level. And so anyway, I strongly support you listening to your people, taking what they say to heart, because there are major changes happening in Blue Lake because that didn't happen. And people have been replaced because of that. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Kent. That was it.
Well, there's one more, but
Okay.
you want
Just
Sandra?
She joined at the last minute.
Sandra, would you like to unmute? I don't know if she's there.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
There she is.
In general, I just wanted to applaud the person who read from Matthew 25, and I just as a kind of reminder, Holly Klingel, who spoke frequently at the city council, was a volunteer, has been a volunteer with AHA and the organizations, many. Matthew 25 was actually read out loud at her memorial at the Eureka First United Methodist Church, and can't help but believe that she'd be very pleased someone spoke it, because I know the thing that Holly represented and was a model for many of us, and there are others like that, is that she really lived her faith, and so she acted on those beliefs. How we treat the least of us is, how we are treating, our spiritual, is at the highest level of our moral principles. So I just wanted to speak up for Holly. I'll miss her, and I like her presence with us, and that again, she modeled what I think we all challenge us to do is to put in action. So I appreciate the of the woman who came before and read from Matthew 25. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Sandra. Okay, with that, we will close public comment and move on to our public hearing. The 2024-25 mid-year budget update, update to fee schedule with Finance Director Millar.
Good evening. Tonight's public hearing is focused on the 24-25 fee schedule. This is a continuation from the meeting that occurred on February 20th. Every fiscal year, the city presents a fee schedule that gets adopted with the budget. And then throughout the year, when we identify changes to the fee schedule, it comes back to the city council to get reapproved. What was included in this update were fees from...
So just a point of order, excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I did want to let folks know that are standing that room 207 is now available. If you'd like to go in and sit down and watch on Zoom, you're more than welcome to do so. I apologize, Director Millar.
So we are proposing to update some fees from development services as well as engineering. This is what I presented last time, but we did make a change for tonight's item. So essentially, we took off a fee. So what is being proposed tonight is what you see in front of you. Essentially 2 fees in development services, and then the addition of a private sewer lateral fee in lieu for standard deep installation, and then a downtown employee parking permit. So last time there were 3 fees, tonight there are only 2. Tonight we also have our city engineer, who I would like to bring up to go over why we are changing the sewer lateral fees. He can provide more detail than what was provided at the last meeting.
Welcome.
Thank you, Lane. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Very happy to be here to talk about this topic. We're always looking for opportunities to make our lateral program better. It's a challenging program, and we fully understand that, and we want to make it better. So hopefully tonight I can give you a little bit of background on the sewer lateral ordinance briefly, and then talk a little bit about how fees are calculated, so to maybe provide a little bit more information. So I wanted to start off again with the background on the sewer lateral ordinance, and it's deep, and we could spend hours talking about why the sewer lateral ordinance is here, because it's really driven by our permit that we have for our MPDS permit that we have for our Elk River wastewater treatment plant. Our treatment plant, so we are the permit holder for that treatment plant, and HCSD, we basically serve the greater Eureka area. So there's City of Eureka, and there's HCSD is a customer of the City of Eureka for all the flows that come down their pipe, and we take those to the treatment plant, we treat the effluent and discharge it. In 2016, there were significant changes to our MPDS permit. At that time, the regional board, who is the regulator for our treatment plant, they changed the way that they evaluated our outfall. So rather than being an ocean outfall, we were considered now a bay outfall. And what that means is we are under a different set of policies. We are under the enclosed bays and estuaries policy rather than being an ocean discharger. That meant that we had a whole list of other requirements that we had to fulfill and had to take care of. So with that change in 2016, that permit came with all these significant changes. Part of which was with the treatment plant, and part of which was in the collection system, because inflow and infiltration became a major concern because of that change from an ocean discharger to being a bay discharger. That point, the regional board was really pressing us to make changes that addressed I&I across the board to help with our discharges. So we've had planned projects at the wastewater treatment plant, as well as planned projects in the collection system. So the collection system, let's see, excuse me. So after that 2016 permit into effect, that's where we got into the sewer lateral ordinance. So in December 2019, the original sewer lateral ordinance was put into effect. At this point, there was not a point of sale trigger. There were other triggers in effect. If you had a building permit that was $50,000 or more, you were triggered. If there was a fronting main project that the city was taking on as part of our main maintenance program, then your lateral would be triggered. There were also triggers for if your lateral had overflowed in more than one time in a 3-year period, or if there was a necessary repair where you had to come in and get a building permit, then that would trigger you if you were doing a repair to your lateral. Also, if there was a subdivision that occurred, your lateral would qualify for the lateral ordinance and would need to be triggered and inspected. In January, so the next revision to the sewer lateral ordinance happened in January of 2023. At that point, the lateral ordinance required a point of sale trigger, and that was really driven by the city being named in a lawsuit by an environmental group, and through the outcome of that was a consent decree, and that consent decree basically said that we needed to put a point of sale trigger into effect. At this point, we had to set a fee. That's why we're here, to talk about fees, right? So at this point, we had to set a fee. We didn't have a a lateral project like we have now. So we base those fees off of previous construction projects. We've been doing annual sewer main projects for years. We had data as far as what those laterals would cost. So we use that to make an estimate. And that's where we came up with a cost for a lateral would roughly be $10,000, whether lower, up, deep or shallow. At that point, we're trying to provide this as a benefit, as an optional fee. This is not a required fee. We need to remember that. This is an optional fee that gives people an opportunity to be able to have their lateral put into a program, and then the city will take on that lateral and have it installed during one of our projects. And so you can get your lateral certificate and move on with life. So we came up with that estimate based on our bid item costs. That was $10,000. We took 20% of that off, and that's where the $8,000 fee stems from. In March of 2024, we had, so I guess I'll step back and say, we were able to corroborate that with, shortly after that fee went into effect, we were able to bid our project. So a few months later, and the bids that came in, they basically matched fairly well with that. So we were seeing lateral costs around $10,000, similar to what we had estimated before. Coming up to the next year in 2024, we bid the project. And this is where we saw a change. This is where we saw, hey, we've got a significant increase where previously the average cost for a deep lateral was about $11,500. So again, we were only saying, and that was before 20%. So $11,500. We'll just say that it's covered by the $8,000 fee, and it's a wash. It's close to when I go and set another fee for something that's so close. In 2024, the cost went up to $15,700. So now you have a difference in cost between like a $10,000 estimate and a almost $16,000 estimate. That's starting to be a really big shift for those deep laterals. And that's where he said, okay, this isn't really, the enterprise fund, the ratepayers can't really shoulder the burden of these deeper laterals, because what we're seeing through our bids is these costs are going up. So that's how we arrived at so take a step back. That $15,700 was what was bid. 20% reduced to that gives you the $12,600. So that's how we arrived at the fee that we have here, the $12,600. That is 80% basically of what our bid item is for the average of the deep laterals. I wanted to touch on the non-standard laterals, even though it's not here. We want to, continue to have a discussion and answer some of the questions that came up in the last meeting. First, whenever we try to, we're always trying to find ways to keep costs down, and it's difficult. Whether it's our own, whether it's the city's capital projects, we're always looking at what is the most efficient way to get this project done. And we understand that these are significant costs. We deal with this on a day-to-day basis. We've been processing almost 200 of these lateral certificates a year now, so we've seen everything come across the board at this point. Probably not everything. We're probably going to see something crazy still, but nonetheless, we've seen a lot. So we've had a lot of different situations. We found that there's a lot more shared laterals. I think last week the city manager may have referred to them in a different way, but we refer to them as shared laterals. They're not cross-connected. They're shared laterals. So basically that's where a number of private properties, they share like what we would call a private mains, more or less, where they share a lateral, basically, where all their laterals connect together and connect at a downstream point at the public main. So since the sewer lateral went into effect, we've seen a lot of different cases that look a lot different. That's why we take each case differently. We try to evaluate each case in of its own, and we can't really set a single price for it. We've seen cases where there may be a short main extension could get the job done. We've seen cases where the lateral goes underneath the neighbor's home. In the case where the lateral goes underneath your neighbor's home and there's no fronting main, that's where the projects get expensive. That's when you start throwing around the $30,000 number, because that's a building code violation. You can't repair a lateral that goes underneath your neighbor's house. And this came up before the point of sale trigger happened, when we were doing the originals, that we came across a few of these. They don't happen all the time, but they surprisingly happen every now and then. That's not to say that the shared lateral situation certainly happens more often. So when we estimate, we use the same process that we do for estimating capital projects. We take our bids that we have, and we come up with a design. We design the process. We go through and we provide a cost estimate that takes into account what the design is, and then we take a look at it and say, okay, we don't want to. And at that point, we have a design. Then it can go two ways. If we have enough time to get a quote from a contractor that we have on board, we will certainly do that. We'll reach out and get a quote. If we're time limited because a lateral needs to be processed quickly for other reasons, then we can't always be able to have the design done, reach out to our contractor, get a cost back, go back and forth with them on what their cost is, and be able to incorporate that to a project. We want to do that. If time allows, we'll certainly do that. When we have to estimate, as was brought up many times last week, that when the city engineer estimates, we estimate it, and when it says city engineer, that means the engineering team. In the end, that comes back to me, but that's my team doing the estimating, just like they design projects and just like they estimate all of our projects for our capital construction projects. We follow the same process. It's very straightforward. It's standard engineering practice. But we have to make a judgment call when it comes to the case of the non-standard situation, because we don't want to overestimate and charge somebody too much, and that's not what the actual cost is going to be. So we actually underestimate in this case and try to give a lower number. That way we don't come in over the top of what we expect the contractor to have. I mean, ideally, we're getting an actual bid from a contractor. That's where we want to be. But in the case where time is of the essence, and for whatever reason the project needs that lateral needs to close as soon as possible, then we do make that estimate. We try to come in low. It's all based on bid costs that we have. And again, if somebody, I feel like if that fee is not something that is, cared for, then this is just an option. We're trying to provide an option to be able to have people go through the process quickly and as efficiently as we can. It's certainly not something that, this is not a requirement. This is what we're hoping is a benefit. We're giving you a reduced cost, especially on the standard ones, because, we know that we can do a lot of those with our projects. We can bid 50, 60 of those at a time versus a homeowner who has to get one bid or they can get a handful of bids, but they don't have that volume to help them provide a better price. So that's about all I have on that topic, and I will turn it over to City Manager.
Thank you, City Engineer Willer. I just wanted to go over a couple of topics that was brought up in the meeting that I had with the realtors, and also make some clarifications about what City Engineer Willer had stated. I want to make it very clear that this is a fee in lieu, meaning that we are one of the only. There's a lot of municipalities up and down the state that have lateral ordinances. We have one in Arcata, East Bay Mud. Anyway, there's a lot of them. We are one of the only ones that provide this as an option and not as a must. So when we go to property owners and property owners have a lateral that needs to be replaced, regardless of standard or non-standard, it is up to the property owner to pay that fee or fix it themselves. If they think that they can fix it for cheaper than what our fee is, they can have at it and they can fix it. That's one of the I believe we're the only ones that we're aware of that does that in the state of California. Other thing I want to mention is when the point of sale, and we had the consent decree, and we had to go to the point of sale with this requirement of our permit. When that happened, I went to a meeting with the Humboldt Association of Realtors. They were expressing concerns at the time about issues with contractors and costs associated with that. We talked about whether or not to put in a fee or to just leave it as it is and leave it the responsibility of the property owner to do that. It was recommended by the Association of Realtors to implement a fee. And so we did implement a fee at that time. As it relates to tonight, I want to make it clear that this is a fee schedule. This is not an update to the ordinance. There's no proposed changes to the ordinance other than installing a fee into that ordinance for a standard deep installation. When this was brought up last week, there was concerns about those costs, even though those costs were an option that was provided to the city. And so in order to avoid that, we removed the non-standard. There will still be non-standard situations that are out there. When those happen, because of the update that we made in February 2025, some of the concerns expressed by the realtors is that this affects escrow. When those non-standard things happen, whether it's on Caltrans right away or whether it's in a residential property where there's a significant issue, it's a larger problem to address. We can work with the property owner, set up an agreement. It can become a part of a deed restriction or what's the term? basically put on their deed that they have to get this done at some point in time. So we can manage those situations. The situation where it's a building code violation, we can't do it for that. That needs to be fixed. And the way that this is set up now, that would be a non-standard, and it would be the property owner's responsibility to take care of it in that situation. And it still will be the property's responsibility to take care of it in any non-standard situation. The city just will not be allowing that, having a fee for them to pay for those non-standard. As far as the ordinance itself, we do plan on coming back to council. We'll have discussions with the realtors again about these non-standard situations. We'll have discussions with the city engineer as well as our city attorney to find out a way that we can better address these non-standard issues, and that will be coming back to council. Another topic that was brought up was about the responsibility of laterals. There's a lot of lower laterals and a lot of misinformation out there that the city has taken on responsibility of lower laterals. That has never been the case, even before we had this requirement as a part of our permit. Yes, we did. When we replaced mains, we went and replaced lower laterals as a part of that because the project is much bigger. We're in there. We don't want to rip up the road twice. We did take care of that. It wasn't a part of a maintenance program for lower laterals. It was part of a maintenance program for mains. The city has never had a responsibility for that. It's always been the case if somebody jams something down their sewer and the lower lateral gets clogged and we have an overflow, we would go in and fix it and bill the property owner if we know that property owner did it. HCSD treats it that way. Arcata treats it that way. It's always been that way. So the responsibility has always been the property owners. We have replaced lower laterals as a part of our main maintenance program, but we have never taken or never had responsibility for lower laterals. So if there's any questions, we're all available to ask them.
Councilmember Contreras-Deloach.
Hi, thank you. I appreciate the explanations. I have a couple of questions about specifically. So I guess one of the first questions is, why has there been such significant changes in the cost? That's something that you pointed out multiple times. Why has there been such year over year, over the course of just a couple of years, why has there been such a significant increase?
That's a great question, and I think it was one that when we originally estimated this, we didn't really anticipate there being such a big disparity between the shallow laterals and the deep laterals. I think it was brought up last week, though. I do think that, as far as what our contractors are telling us, it's really the shoring and traffic control that goes in that. When you're dealing with a shallow lateral, they can kind of get in and get out real quickly. When they have when they have a short shallow, meaning that the sewer main is on the side of on the roadway that's nearest to the parcel in question, and it's shallow, it's less than 5 feet, they can do multiple of those a day. When they have to do a deeper one, that requires the whole crew to focus on maybe one a day. So it really, I think what they're seeing is that what they were originally estimating wasn't really on a bigger project. Say we were saying, this is what a lateral cost is based on a sewer main replacement project. And we're doing 60 laterals, and we're doing 2,000 feet of sewer main. That cost, I don't think, was as big of a shift for them in the overall project originally. And now when you're just focusing specifically on laterals, I think they're dialing back. And but I don't have a direct answer to your question. We're still trying to figure that out.
No, I think what I was trying to, because based off of the discussion that we had last week, my impression was that the cost was because of these lower laterals, or the lower laterals costing so much more, these deeper ones. I wasn't sure if what you were saying earlier in your presentation was that the cost of even those upper laterals has been higher than what you guys were anticipating. I thought that maybe was what you were saying. So I was trying, no. Okay, so it's just the cost
it's
of lower.
Yeah, it's the lower lateral and the deep lower laterals.
Okay, yeah. I have one other question. Commercial and residential, are they all being looped into the same thing, or do we have something separate going?
It's all the same.
And is there usually a higher cost for commercial versus residential? What I want to know is, in wrapping all of this together, if there's a higher cost for commercial, are residents offsetting that
No,
through
because
an overall increase in fees?
Because those ones where there are significant issues, whether it's Caltrans, other things like that, those become non-standard, and so they're not. They would be treated individually as a non-standard installation. There are commercial properties in our town that are zoned commercial that have the same setup as a residential property.
I think that really it comes down to pipe size, and really when you're talking a residential, like a standard residential lateral, typically 4 inches. When you get it to commercial, you can put and that's because of things that may go down the lateral. It's not necessarily just based on the flow. So when you go to a commercial size, your lateral size doesn't go up that much, so the cost doesn't go up that substantially, going like from a 4-inch to a 6-inch. And rarely do we have to have larger sizes, so that really doesn't change the cost of the lateral.
Okay.
Something that does change the cost is if you're in Caltrans right away. That's a significant
I just,
cost
I know I've brought this up before, my concern about looping residential and commercial into different things. And so I wanted to clarify on this as well, just because I often think that those two types of things should be probably broken out for a variety of reasons, but it sounds like it probably isn't impacting on this. I guess that's it for now.
Can I forgot one point I wanted to make. There was a PRA, a Public Records Act request for some data related to this project, and I want to make some clarifications on that. The the PRA asked for information related to the fund balance related to the sewer lateral project. The fund balance total for the sewer lateral project was a little bit over $2,138,000 that we have received. We have spent, sorry, I need my glasses, $730,000 since then. That leaves a balance of $1.4 million that is still in that fee. When I made this presentation to the Humboldt Association of Realtors, I wanted to make it clear that while there be a bigger balance there, we have a lot of properties that are still have paid the fee and we haven't got the laterals done yet. Like the city engineer said, we have a capacity of about 60 to 80 or somewhere around there laterals. We have a lot more in the inventory. So on top of, while we have that 2.1 million we have 1.4 left in that fund right now. We have 212 properties that have paid the fee, but the lateral work has not been done. So when you add all those up, it adds up to $1.733 million. That's a difference at a deficit of $346,000. It really falls into alignment with that 20%, because 20% of 1.733 is about $346,000. And when you subtract that, that reflects the balance that we have left in that fund. So there is no excess funds. We are contributing 20% of our ratepayer money towards this project to help subsidize the property owners. And another topic that was brought up was that Arcata does these in-house. Arcata's volume of laterals that need to be done are less than a third of what we have. They do them in-house. However, their fee is $400 more than our fee. So A, we wouldn't have the staffing to do so, and B, we have a lower fee than what Arcata has. So I just wanted to make that
But they
clear.
don't have a fee for the deeper lower lateral.
They
'cause
do have a fee for the deeper lower lateral.
Confirmed today that they do the upper, not the lower.
No, they have a fee for lower laterals.
Miles, I was on the phone with Karen today about it. and
Okay, well, I
confirming
spoke
that
to their
it's not the
city
deeper
engineer,
lower.
and their fee for them is there's a lower lateral fee of $8,370 or something like that. And then they have another level when they have to trench more than 5 feet, and that's about $2,000. So it's about $10,700 for their lower laterals. And we can look at the fee schedule and bring it back to council if they'd like to see it.
Thank you. Councilmember Moulton.
Thank you. Thank you all for the report, for the math, appreciating that. And thank you, City Manager Slattery, for reiterating the scope of this conversation, that we're just we're creating another category for another average of fees so that they better reflect what projects are actually costing. We're not talking about the ordinance, any content of the ordinance, but that's something we could ask to bring back in the future, or that is being brought back in the future. But I am curious, kind of speaking to that future conversation, you say you've done about 200 of these per year. You see about 200 of these projects per year. I heard you say that. Is that?
Yeah, we're seeing, a lot come through.
That's how many houses are sold, not how many are being actually replaced.
Oh, I'm curious about how many are actually being replaced and if there's any data being collected on the efficacy of this measure, speaking towards reducing inflow and infiltration into our sanitary sewers.
Yeah, so I think we're early enough in that it's difficult to gauge the last question you asked there as far as like, are we seeing a return on our investment, right? Are we seeing a reduction in I&I at the influent to the treatment plant? And it's really difficult to tell seasonally because we have consistent dry season flows, but the wet weather flows change so much because they're based on what happens in a storm event. We have a storm event come in, it rains, our dry season flow is about 4.5 million gallons per day, and it'll spike up to 19 million gallons per day. It's so dependent on the different storms. So it's really difficult to see that change without having more data to kind of look at the averages across time. And right now we're just, this is our second year of doing the lateral program. I mean, well, it's not the second year. It's the second year of us having the actual annual lateral project that we do. And the laterals that we've been doing in the community have been, those have been happening as well, but we haven't, I guess, answer your question shortly. No, we haven't seen that. I think we're going to need a few more years of trends to see how that goes because we had a really wet winter last year. Right now we're having a really wet winter. So those really kind of change what the flows are at the treatment plant because so much flow comes in. So I'll say that again, our annual dry season during the summer, we're at like 4.5 million gallons. We get a storm like this, it peaks up. I mean, we've had peaks that are over 30 million gallons a day come through the treatment plant.
And that's like a week and a half worth of water coming through in a day.
Exactly. Coming through in a day. So that's an average flow rate for the day. So it's a significant amount of water that comes through I&I. So that's laterals, that's mains. Those are both contributing to the I&I problem in the collection system.
And it's an overall. I mean, we have a lot of other treatment plant projects that are going to be coming to you guys as far as dealing with these wet water flows and bypass and those type of things. But the whether it is working or not, even if we went to the consent decree, all of those things, the permit, all of those things, the laterals need to be replaced. It comes down to, do we have a fee or do we just leave it to the property owner? Or do we have an option of both?
Understood. And I would appreciate some information whenever it's available about whether or not this strategy is actually working.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you. Councilmember Castellano and then Fernandez.
Great. Thanks. I'll be quick. I do appreciate bringing the ordinance back later and the continued efforts to, refine this and make it work for as many people as possible in the best possible way. In the meantime, I believe way back in 2019, when the mains were replaced, residents had the option of buying in or replacing their lower laterals at the same time. Is that still a possibility, or?
So you can repeat the last part of the question? Sorry.
So when the city was working on the mains, at that point, because work would already be being done in that area, citizens could then participate in the program at that time, which would be kind of coinciding with when the road was already being dug up.
Yeah. Excuse me. So yes, we always, the last couple annual sewer projects that we've put out, we've tried to go door to door more or less with our contractor and make that connection. While we can't contractually, bring those laterals into this different project, it doesn't work that way contractually. We try to make that connection. Hey, we're gonna have a contractor in the area. You're being triggered because we're doing the main out in front of your home. This is an opportunity to have a contractor's here take on your upper lateral for you.
But the lower lateral we still take care of as a part of that main project. That's just for the upper lateral.
We try to make the connection for the upper lateral as well.
Okay, so just to clarify, if that policy is continuing, so if the city is replacing the main and they have the opportunity to replace the lower lateral, they do it at that time?
That's what our practice has been.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Thank you. And thank you for the additional information tonight. So we've, or at least it looks like potentially the cost of the non-standard has been removed from the fee schedule, correct? Saying yes. Okay. But this doesn't obviate the need for the inspection or potential replacement if there's a property sale or it gets triggered by renovation of 50,000 or more, correct? So then
Correct.
what happens when there is that non-standard situation, just so we all have that understanding one more time, please?
Yeah, so I think I wasn't aware that we were blacking it out, but the non-standard situation was already in the fee schedule before this came in front of you. It was lined out in such a way that there was a fee in lieu for $8,000, and then there was the other was the asterisk non-standard situations. These are much higher cost situations. You're talking about doing a main extension or that sort of thing. So when we did the fee update, those are the fees that I provided, broke down that fee in lieu from a lower, the 8,000 lower, to include that, to break out basically the shallow from the deep, the 8,000 to the 12,600 in this case. And that, and then to show that there still is the non-standard is still there, and that's the situation. It's still a non-standard situation, and it still is not covered by these costs.
Okay. All right, and then I'm curious. I know it was brought up by, I think it was Council Member Contreras-Deloche, the cost comparison between what we have and what Arcata has, and so I'm curious: is there a way that we can find that comparison out tonight?
Yes, I spoke to their city engineer. They're $8,360 for a standard lower lateral. They do a standard for the deeper lower laterals. They have additional fee. Any lateral that's more than 5 feet, they have what's called a trenching fee. And I'm not sure exactly what that is, but I think it's around $2,000. And so their deeper lower laterals are less of a fee, but their regular standard laterals are more of a fee.
Okay, just because there seems to be some discrepancy in understanding what you were told by one person at the city and then what you were hearing today. That's why I'm asking, is there a way to resolve that discrepancy in understanding tonight?
Yeah, I could bring up an email, but we can verify that, and I'm pretty much, it was their city engineer that gave me this information, and I requested that information just prior to our meeting with Humboldt Association of Realtors.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Bauer.
Where do I go with this? The non-standard seems to be, I've got a lot of comments, and I've talked to a bunch of people about this issue, the non-standard. How many non-standards do you think we have in a given year? Just roughly.
I think somewhere between 10 and 20%.
Okay. So that's a fair amount. Even the standard cost and the deep cost, right? They're still ballparks because costs fluctuate and situations are all different when it comes to construction. It just seems to me like it would be smart to just go ahead and develop a fee for a non-standard with the expectation that we may have to eat some of that cost just to give people the certainty, like we can move them forward. Do you think you could come up with an estimate of roughly what a non-standard would be over an average of 40 non-standard projects?
Yeah, it's really challenging. Like I said, they're so different from one another. You may be talking about a project where you need a manhole might need to be required, and that increases the cost by $12,000 to $15,000 just there versus one that doesn't require that. So that's really hard, and that's why we try to not put everyone in the same basket. I mean, I understand where you're coming from, and welcome to the challenge, because it's not straightforward, but I do think it would be challenging to do that. Again, I would welcome if we could get the process, if we could get people in the door early enough to be able to. The problem is, in order to understand the orientation of the lateral, you have to have the camera footage. So if there's a point of sale trigger, that's in the case of the point of sale trigger, that's where the timeline's the tightest, right? We're in escrow, we need to close. So how do you have enough time in there to get the camera work done to know where does your lateral go? Because we don't know where the private laterals go. We don't know. They go underneath their neighbor's house. They go down the alley and out into the street, across the diagonal, across the corner. They're of a private property. It's like they're all over the place. Every different scenario you can think of. So if we can get those, if we can understand what it is, we can definitely get a cost from our contractor to provide better. And I mean, if council wants us to apply a cost to it, we certainly can. I think it's going to be really challenging to set something that's fair, though, because of the differences in the how wide the variation is in this scenario.
Okay, and then I thought the last meeting we talked about if we have I want to call it an interconnection, but I'm sorry, I know it's the wrong
shared lateral.
Shared lateral. Did we decide that was an okay thing to maintain as long as the lateral was replaced, that we could still have a shared?
The way that we're looking at that right now, and we're trying to be, we're trying to keep things. If the way we're looking at it right now is if you have a shared lateral, say that's going, you have a whole block, which we've seen this many times, where you have 5 houses that all share a lateral through the backyards. We'll say they all connect out through the backyard and they go down to the side street because that's where the main is. We're interpreting that if a property in the middle is triggered for whatever reason, that they will need to focus on their lateral in their backyard, the section of, I guess, shared lateral or private main, whatever you want to call it, in their backyard, as well as the downstream connection. This doesn't get them out of the situation of like, well, you have your private sewer main crosses through 3 other properties and you don't have an easement to be there. So if something happens on your property, or if something happens on your neighbor property and it breaks and it backs up, and then you guys are it's really a private property issue at that point, and it's not one for the city to get involved with. But that issue's still there. But that's the way we're going to read it, is like, if you take care of the shared lateral in your yard, the portion coming out of your house to the main, and then once the one connection is taken care of, then everybody else has to take care of their parts and pieces, when it's straightforward like that. But it's not always that straightforward. Sometimes it's wonky.
All right, thanks.
Are there any further questions from council? Councilmember Contreras-Deloge.
I think, Councilmember Bauer already addressed the question that I had, and I was also curious, I know you guys have kept track of it. What percentage of these are coming under $8,000? And I'm curious how inexpensive some of them may be, or where that's coming in at. What percentage of them might be coming in at that?
Our average bid prices have been somewhere between 10 and 16,000. I'd say on average 12 to 14 for the lower. So that's taking all the bidders that come in, and we have, of course, a low bidder, but they're kind of they're trending up a little bit. I mean, it's inflation. It happens. We see it every year with our capital projects. Like, project costs go up. So right now we've maintained that $8,000 because we're seeing, we've had our low bid be like 10, or we've seen the low bid be 16, 17. Not low bid, sorry. We've seen the bids for like the shallow laterals come in, in that range.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And then the city has a loan program, low interest. Can you tell me more about that?
And like, once again, I want to make it clear that this is not a required fee. They could do this on their own. If they have a Class A contractor, they could do it, and it's all up to them, and as long as it's inspected, they're fine. We also provide the opportunity for a very low interest loan for this to be taken on by the seller, and we'd give that loan to them in order to cover the cost for that.
What is the interest rate? I haven't been clear on that.
It's 2.5%.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything further? Seeing no further questions, we will open up this public hearing. This public hearing from February 18th, 2024 was continued to tonight, March 4th, 2025. At this time, I would like to continue that public hearing and invite those members of the public who did not speak at the February 18th meeting to come forward first to address the council. Come on up. Hi. Welcome.
Hello. I am Heather Bergen, realtor, broker, and current president of the Humboldt Association of Realtors. The point of sale ordinance has entangled us all in a web of liability which traps homeowners, buyers, sellers, agents, and even the city. The large number of non-standard laterals, which I would actually argue that in our Victorian seaport is far more standard than non, cause major timeline delays and often leave all parties with more questions than answers. I'd like to take a moment to ask, how did this happen? Because I know that when we get connected to a sewer system, we have to be accepted by the city to do so. So all of a sudden we're being told there are people with non-standard laterals that are against building code. Well, how did this happen? The city accepted these at some point, and now we're being left with a huge mess that we as realtors all of a sudden are becoming sewer lateral experts, and it's pretty mucky out there. I had an escrow where a cross connection was suspected. I'm sorry, what's the new term now? Interconnected? Shared lateral. The city advised us that in order for us to close escrow, the neighboring party, who had no part of our transaction, would have to be contacted and agree to cooperate by providing access to their home so that a dye test could be conducted. After great difficulty, I did track down that homeowner, at which point I was berated, cussed at, and threatened. It was unsafe and it was scary. We are not the sewer lateral police. We are simply trying to help our clients navigate and negotiate through an expensive and confusing repair where there are often no solid answers, albeit there is solid waste. The point of sale component of this ordinance is unfair. It does not and will not fix the problem that is the city's aged sewer. We'd really like to see the entire ordinance reevaluated, focusing on questions, some of which have been discussed a little bit tonight. How long would the point of sale ordinance have to be in effect to bring about meaningful change to our city's sewer? I know that's not what today is about, so in lieu of any real equitable solution, we are asking that you make a cap on what a homeowner can be required to pay for their lower lateral replacement if it is non-standard. This at least helps all parties of the transaction negotiate through this expensive and burdensome ordinance with a bit more clarity and understanding of what is required of them. I appreciate that the option is there for the fee in lieu, but to ask anyone to, within a time frame of their escrow, to figure out a major capital improvement that could involve 5 neighbors and an alley and being hooked to a main that's
Thank
not...
you. Your
Thank you.
time's up. Thanks for being here. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, Mayor and Council, staff. My name is Christine Tyson. I work with Benchmark Realty Group. Tonight, I'm going to be reading a letter that was drafted for us. I'm here on behalf of the Humboldt Association of Realtors. I'm just going to read the letter as is. A couple things sound like they have changed since last time we were here. This letter is in opposition to proposed increases in the 2025-2026 mid-year fees and service charges on sewer laterals. I'm writing on behalf of the Association of Realtors to formally express serious concerns regarding the proposed increases to standard deep sewer lateral fees from $8,000 to $12,600, as well as the broad discretionary authority granted to the city engineer to estimate fees for non-standard installations. These proposed changes set for discussion tonight at this meeting are substantially legally and procedural and equitably concerned that must be addressed before approving anything tonight. Excuse me. Lack of transparency and procedural inconsistencies are strongly objected in the manner which we see fees being increased and have been calculated and justified. The city's program states that the claims to base fees on a 3-year historical review of contractor costs. However, in 2022, there were no in lieu fees collected, meaning the city took on that burden of the costs of the sewer lateral replacements. Given that fee has only been collected for 2 years, the application of a 3-year analysis is mathematically and procedurally flawed. The city should provide a transparent, data-supported explanation of how the proposed fees were determined, including a full disclosure of revenue collected versus expenses incurred. Additionally, Humboldt Association of Realtors notes that the city's website language does not authorize any other department head to individually set fees at their discretion. Allowing the city engineer to estimate non-standard installation fees without a clear criteria is a substantial deviation from standard municipal practice and presents potential legal challenges related to the due process and equal protection for the citizens of Eureka. It is also a tendency, as we have seen since the initial non-standard resolution, to substantially delay escrows and impose undue burdens upon property owners when selling a home. The entire purpose of having a fee in lieu is to provide sellers and buyers with a level of certainty as to the maximum costs associated with the lateral replacement during an escrow and facilitating a closing. It makes it very difficult for us as realtors and property owners, buyers all around to deal with this. And so we're bringing this to you tonight. I really appreciate
Thank you, Christine.
the time. And I
Time's up.
did print
Thank
this
you.
out. I'll hand this to Pam to hand out. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Brian Dunlap.
Welcome.
And I am a property owner. I'm a business owner. I own Community Realty, and I employ 30 agents and brokers. And so I wanted to continue reading this letter from Dustin Owens. And I'll start with 3. Thank you. Unclear and inconsistent communication with homeowners. HAR has also observed significant inconsistencies in how information regarding sewer lateral requirements is communicated to homeowners. Recent staff interpretations appear to have deviated from previous established guidelines and critical documentation, such as unusual lateral scenarios and solutions. Document dated March 14th, 2023, have been inexplicably removed from the city's website. The removal of such guidelines without an official ordinance change raises serious concerns about shifting enforcement policies without due process or public notice. Notably, the various changes to the ordinances since it was initially passed are extremely difficult to locate on the city's website without direct links from the sewer lateral information page. Item 4, request for immediate action. Given the concerns outlined above, HAR formally requests the following: retain the existing $8,000 fee in lieu for standard deep sewer laterals instead of increasing it to $12,600. Remove the discretionary authority of the city engineer to arbitrarily estimate fees for non-standard installations and instead establish a clear, publicly vetted fee structure. Provide a transparent, data-backed explanation of how city calculated and proposed fees in accordance with its own stated 3-year policy review. Clarify the city's obligations versus property owner responsibilities concerning sewer lateral maintenance and ensure consistency with owner municipalities in Humboldt County. Restore previous available documents related to sewer lateral requirements and ensure clear, uniform communication with homeowners. Delay any fee increases until the city provides all requested data, addresses inconsistencies, and allows for further stakeholder input. The Humboldt Association of Realtors urges the City Council to reconsider these proposed changes as they pose significant financial and legal concerns for homeowners, real estate professionals, and property owners. We look forward to a response addressing these issues and hope for a collaborative resolution that ensures fairness and transparency in the city's sewer lateral policies. If further clarification is needed, please reach out to the Humboldt Association of Realtors by contacting Christine Tyson, Victoria Copeland, or Kristen Kelly. And it's signed sincerely, Dustin Owens. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
Thank you.
Hi again.
My name is Wesley Pop, like I told you before. I live at 2309 Hillside Drive. If you drive down my road, you will notice that the road is going toward my house. It's been sinking for the last, I've been there 42 years, February. The road is sinking, folks. And you guys have been out there probably 5 times or 6 times a year.
So is this gonna, I'm sorry, is this gonna tie in with the sewer lateral?
Yeah.
Okay.
What happens to me if I put a new lateral in, and the lateral, so my lateral, I had you guys come out about 5 years ago when you guys replaced them for free. They looked, it wasn't my problem. They took a thing, well, with my place, my side of the street sinking, that means my my lower lateral is going to the, going uphill a little bit. I haven't had a problem yet. We put a bidet in, and so we don't use hardly any toilet paper. But my concern is that should have been taken care of 5 years ago. I came in multiple times. They said, you're on the list. We have a lot of people we're dealing with right now. Now I have to pay for it myself. And I'm confused. And I don't want to put one in. I don't feel like I need to pay for that lateral when the city hasn't maintained the street. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
I don't know if you guys remember me, I appealed the ACGC, the orientation of that. Since then, I've lost $20,000 of value of my home because of that. I came home yesterday to notice that the house next door to us was having to have their lower lateral cleaned or replaced. And I was told by the construction guys that they're doing each house up along Garland Street, which I find out they were mistaken. I had no idea of the cost of this because why? Zero notification. We are trying to put our house on the market because of that building, but losing $20,000 in our value and now paying, and I got an 1892, so God knows how much those costs are going to be. Say, for instance, they're 30, that's 50 grand of our equity. For us to buy again is going to be really, really hard. And listening to the realtors, I guess all I can do is speak for the homeowners. This is a huge hit. And my biggest complaint is the average citizen probably has no idea this is going to happen, like myself, until I got home yesterday. So you guys got to do something to let people know this is happening. Because average people that don't come to these council meetings, which is obviously a lot of people, we have no idea that we're getting raped with these costs. It's extortion, in my opinion, big time extortion. You know, and it's hard for us homeowners. I'm freaking out now. Are we going to be able to sell our house mostly because of that building next door? Any of you guys want to come over and take a look at that and see what that was for us? And then now on top of it, having to pay for this, which is just in my layman's view, and I think probably most homeowners would think, well, isn't that the city's responsibility? It's not part of my house. It's not on my property. Coming to find out after listening to the engineer, I understand a little bit more. But I think you guys need to put it in the newspapers. I had no idea of this, right? I'm talking like right now, I'm kind of figuring probably $50,000 in my equity I'm gonna lose. That's $50,000 that's not going to buying a new house. We'll probably end up being renters the rest of our lives. So just consider helping the people out. You know, trying to cap this is a really good idea, and I get it. No one knows how much. But it's an 1892, who knows where my lines go? And I'm about to find out. So just help the people of this town out a little bit, you know. Thanks.
Thank you. Come on up. Welcome.
Thank you. Mouth is a little dry. No water in the facility. Anyway, thank you for being here. And council, staff, thank you for trying to work out the problems that we have in the city of Eureka. My name is Brenda Lockhart. I'm a realtor at Main Tree Realtors in Eureka. I strongly oppose requiring homeowners to pay lower sewer laterals. This is a responsibility falls on the city, not homeowners who have already contributed, thank you, Pam, through sewer bills, property taxes for years. Asking them to sacrifice a hard-earned home equity often intended for retirement is unfair and let me get a drink of water here. Is unfair and burdensome. I propose that the city employs a dedicated crew to handle the lower lateral replacements while homeowners remain responsible for the upper lateral. This approach would allow the city to complete work systematically one street at a time and repave entire roads rather than continuing to insufficient patchwork repairs. Additionally, there are still rain gutters, downspouts collected in the sewer lines. City should mandate and disconnect any required proper drainage into the sewer drain intended, or the sewer storm drain, I'm sorry. Just a few years ago, the city's cost to replace a lower lateral, because I've been doing this since 2016 when I was president, was $4,300, with a lateral, deeper lateral costing a little more. This leads to the compromise of the $8,000 fee in lieu option. Now their proposal cost for $12,600 is, in my opinion, outrageous and unjustifiable. As a realtor, we are not compensated for handling city responsibilities. Homeowners deserve a fair and reasonable solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda.
Thank you, Pam.
Okay. Is there anyone else in chambers who'd like to come on up? Hi, welcome.
Hi, I'm a homeowner here in Eureka, and I actually am new to this this whole conundrum that is being discussed tonight. So I guess I'm just curious where people think the funding for all of this should come from if homeowners themselves don't have to pay for it. Are we going to have a new tax that helps to pay for sewage improvement in the city of Eureka, which seems like that'd be a great idea. But I guess I invite the people that don't want to see the fees go up to think about where the funding and the revenue would be, because it sounds like it's a really big project that Eureka has to tackle. That's it.
Thank you. Come on up. Welcome.
Hi. As you were making your presentation, you were mentioning that sometimes when the sewer main was replaced, then the lower laterals were also replaced at the same time. In those cases, is the homeowner then forgiven for their financial responsibility for the lower lateral? The city just takes it?
So please direct your comments to council.
Okay,
Thank
that's
you.
all right. I got my nod. Thanks a lot.
You betcha. Okay, is there anyone else in chambers that would like to comment on this item? Welcome.
How are you guys? My name is Donnie Mobley. I'm a local contractor. I do quite a few of these sewer laterals in your town. I think you've heard enough about people with their money up, down. I'm not really here to talk about that. I'm here to talk on behalf of contractors and plumbers that are going out and doing this work, doing the inspections for the city of Eureka. And with the change to this going from shallow to deep, and I was on your guys on the forward lateral system that we upload our information to for the city to review and go forward with the process, right? So that being said, I was on there yesterday and it changed the forward lateral, it changed the question on there, and it now asks us for the depth of the lower lateral, okay? So my question to the city council and the city is there's 4 different options in that question on forward lateral now. Estimated greater than 5 feet, estimated less than 5 feet, measured greater than 5 feet, measured less than 5 feet. So whose responsibility is it when I go out and camera this deal, right? And I'm dealing with a $4,600 value change in your system. Is the contractor or the plumber going to be responsible for being off 6 inches? And where does that come up to question, which I know I'm asking a question that I'm not going to get an answer to tonight, but I want you guys to think about some of the processes that go into this and who's going to be liable for making a mistake on the depth. And right now I feel that it's on a contractor and or a plumber that goes and does Perfect. So that's one question that I had. And the other thing I want to invite city council and the city to do, when you get together and you're going to go start trying to figure your way through some of this, I hear you guys in the city manager, engineer talking about, oh, we're going to get together a council and the engineers and the this and the that. And it might be a good idea to invite somebody that actually does this work on a daily basis to something like that to be a part of the discussion, because there is a lot of stuff that it's very gray area, and every one of these is a different situation. And me, along with a lot of other people in my business, have been a part of that, and I think it'd be very valuable to put somebody in that deals with this on a daily basis, deals with the city, and can probably come up with some ways to lessen the cost to the consumer, right? So, thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Walland. I'm with Walland Construction. I had something prepared, but the item on the agenda seemed to change a little bit. But what I wanted to kind of emphasize what Donnie was saying. I'm here as well to represent contractors and to extend, I'd be willing to be on part of that, and share my opinion, because Donnie and myself and other contractors in the area have seen a lot of different scenarios. And I think Jesse touched on it too. There's just no two laterals are the same. There's similar ones, but there's just no two the same. And so I just wanted to extend that before you make a decision on these long, deep laterals and everything. I would like to be involved in that and know the opportunity, and along with the realtors, and we work with them a lot. And I've had several quotes, that have gone awry, just as I'm sure Miles has seen on the contract side. Change orders happen in underground construction. There's just so many unknowns. So I just wanted to say that, and there's a lot of cost savings ideas that me and Donnie and others have that I think would help mitigate this, rising costs here. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
I just wanted to respond to the commenter who suggested that if we weren't willing to pitch in, if the homeowners weren't willing to pitch in on the cost of this, that maybe we needed a new tax or something. And I just wanted to point out that as the city manager likes to point out when other towns charge more than us, I just wanted to point out that my nephew lives in Fresno, which is a very dry town, and he pays 2/3 what I pay for sewer and water, and he gets garbage besides. So maybe it's not a matter of more fees or new taxes. Maybe it's a matter of a better accounting of the money y'all already get.
Thank you. Okay. Victoria, were you in line? Come on up.
Good evening, Victoria Copeland. I'm a resident of Eureka and own a business in Eureka.
Welcome.
When I first started in real estate back in 2004, oftentimes things would come up. Even before we had this ordinance, there were still issues that would be triggered from maybe seller disclosures that they had to root out their line, and there was an issue. And we've cambered sewer lines for the 20 years I've been doing this. We were never forced to. It was always, a choice as doing your inspections. But I wanted to this is from the city's website. And it did say prior to 2020, and it draws the line, and it shows that the property line from the lower lateral to the main prior to January 17th, 2020, the city took responsibility for that. I had a client in 2014 who had a backup right after he purchased the house the night before Thanksgiving, and Roto-Rooter was called. They flushed it out. It was an issue with the main, and the city paid the bill. It's their infrastructure. So I also wanted to just bring up, I just closed an escrow in Arcata in September, and their sewer lateral fees from September 25th of 2024, so if they've changed since then, this is no longer accurate, but the application fee is $195. The lower lateral deposit is $6,736. The database management fee is $7.80. The CCTV of the lower lateral by city crews is $323, and there's a processing fee of $2.25. So this particular property, 1813 Stromberg Avenue in Arcata, the private plumber replaced the upper lateral, put the clean out in that's required by Arcata, because they require things just a little bit differently than Eureka. But they passed the lower lateral, which was asbestos going into their main. But they passed it because it wasn't clay and it wasn't leaking. So that $6,736 deposit we got back. So that was the time, that was the fees at the time. And, you know, again, I pointed it out before with property owners. I mean, that's what we look for now when we go and evaluate a property on a new listing. We look in the sidewalk, is the brass plate that says sewer in there, because your client just got anywhere from $8,000 to $12,600 to $30,000 in equity, because at some point in the past, the city was taking care of their infrastructure. They took responsibility for their infrastructure, and not every community services district puts it on the homeowner. If it's on your private property, it's your responsibility. Once it hits the public right away, that's what CSDs are for. That's why you pay your bills. You know, why Eureka and Arcata couldn't get it together, it boggles me. But like the previous speaker said, maybe we should look more closely at how we're spending the money we're collecting from citizens. And if it's not to maintain the infrastructure, we should ask some questions. Oh, and maps.
Thanks, Victoria.
I'm Susie Smith. You guys know me. This is really passionate
Hello.
to me because I got roped into the sewer lateral issues in January 2020 when the city put out their new little pictures showing where the lateral became your responsibility to the main in the street. And at that point, it was triggering events. So in March of 2020, I was caught in the crosshairs due to the city staff's unclear and inconsistent communication to the homeowner that called them on my recommendation. My client called the city and was given a nonchalant answer for guidance, and in actuality, the outcome was very different due to the lack of clear and concise and consistent procedures. I strongly urge the City Council to establish a clear set of procedures and fees and educate the community.
Thank you. Come on up, Tina.
Good evening, council, staff. I'm going to make mine real short. I think that after listening, after talking, after spending time with Miles, with some of the council people, I think we need to pause this, and I think we need to have an advisory committee. I heard Donnie and I heard Ryan offer to do that. We as a board of realtors will do it. I'm sure we can get a couple council people and staff. This is a citywide problem. We're a community that loves our city. So I think we need to all take a pause and come up with an idea that will work for everybody in the community. I believe caps are very important. They're important for people, for their lives. Everybody has, you know, their retirement. You have all these things that you have, and a lot of people in this area don't understand. They don't know how to get into the portal. It's very hard for people, especially aging people. And I managed to do it. But anyway, I think an advisory committee would really be recommended and be a great asset for all of us to join together and come to a resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Michaela Kirk. I'm a local realtor, but I am actually reading this on behalf of a local company, Colburn Electric. This letter is written in opposition to the city's actions regarding the mid-year proposed schedule of fees and service charges. The city has stated that this fee is based on the last 3 years of contractors' costs, when in actuality, the city has only collected for the 2 most recent years, 2023 and 2024. Up until 2023, private property owners have been responsible for the maintenance of sewer and water infrastructure up to their property line, with the city being responsible for all infrastructure on city-owned property. This continues to be true for most other community service districts located within Humboldt County. There has not been an explanation offered as to why the city finds it necessary to impose the cost onto the property owners. Any ordinance regarding fees should be determined with a stated cap on the amount to be charged, not an open-ended fee, determined by the city engineer. As a property owner and a business owner, I oppose this action and request the city include this year, 2025, in the 3-year look-back policy in order to set fees that are accurate based on the stated 3 years of contractors' costs. Colburn Electric. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Good evening. I'm Joni Frederick with Azalea Realty, broker owner, and I do sell a lot of properties in the Eureka area and have lived in the Eureka area. And I want to reiterate what Tina said. I think an advisory committee might be really a direction to go at this point, just to kind of pull everything together. I have a document here that was given out from the city, and it was attention to plumbers and contractors, and it talked about the city's responsibility for the sewer lateral, and it came out in January 17, 2020, and the city did take responsibility for the lower lateral and then passed it on to the homeowner. So I'm wondering what kind of funds were collected possibly with, ratepayers, and what was put aside to take care of the lines. I also had a home being proactive looking at it in 2021. So we didn't have the point of sale until January 2023. And I had a line looked at in Eureka, and it couldn't be considered non-conforming. However, the main line was across the street. And the bill from Hooven and Company in 2021 was $27,700 to do that. And I don't know if you consider that non-conforming or what. Anyway, that's a lot of money back then, and I'm sure it would cost more money today. I was also showing homes on M Street in November 2022 to 2023, and they had their upper and lower laterals done. The city took care of it, so I'm not sure how that happened. But I just think we need to come up with an equitable solution for everyone. I mean, the point of sale seems kind of like a patchwork. Like, it would be great to go into one block and do all the laterals and do low interest rate loans. Just kind of relook at all of this. I know it needs to be done, and we're ready to kind of help you with what we run into with the issues. But I think it's time to have an advisory group and maybe do, approach it a little differently. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. I'm Matthew Anton Giovanni. I'm a homeowner and business owner and all the things. So I oppose the additional fees, increases, or anything like that until we kind of get a plan on what's going on. It's been going on for 2 years, and there seems to be a constant snowball effect of, well, this sewer lateral is different than this one, and this fee's increased. I really think a whole restructure of the ordinance at this point would be something worth looking at, and use some resources that you do have. Include some realtors who are doing this work on their own, essentially, with their sellers and buyers. It was mentioned here about a loan or a city recording on a deed. That's going to add even more work and problems. You can't close a loan. You can't record an incumbents on a deed when you're trying to sell a house. If the city right now has a incumbents on a deed, that title will not transfer that. So that's kind of seems to be patchwork in itself. So I oppose this. I think you need to go back to the drawing board and take some responsibility and not put it just on the homeowner and an equity grab and get the cost. You can't go into a real estate transaction with unknown fees. You can't surprise people at the end. There needs to be a cap. People need to know what they're signing and getting into. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone else in chambers who'd like to comment on this item? Hello.
Hi, I wasn't going to say anything. I'm Felicia Costa, but I do just want to reiterate what Matt just said. I do have these, I understand this all has to go through, the infrastructure needs to get updated, and you guys are trying to figure it all out. We obviously have a lot of people that are working in the trenches working on this all the time. But I do want to reiterate the deed restriction. If there's a deed restriction, that's why people want to see a cap, because at least with a cap, then you have an idea, you can solve it one way or another. It can at least get negotiated somehow. But with a deed restriction, that's an unknown, in 10 years, I've got a deed restriction. I'm going to try to sell my property and I can't, it has to be done. It costs $30,000 now. It's going to cost $50,000 then, and I still can't afford it. So you're going to, file a lien against my house? I mean, I think that's a non-starter for me. That doesn't work. And maybe I don't understand all the ins and outs on it, so I will look into that a little bit more. But that was a new thing that just got brought up today, so I didn't have that at the ready. But thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi. My name's Sabrina Hancock. I'm with Coldwell Banker Cut and Realty, and we all keep talking about the lower laterals. I just want to remind you all that the upper lateral that the homeowner is responsible for, and nobody's even accounting for that cost in there. So just remember that they have the upper lateral expense also. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm seeing no one else in chambers that wants to comment on this item. So we will take it over to Zoom. Shannon, would you be willing to call those out?
Phone number ending in 288.
Good evening, Kent Swatsky. You have a serious problem here. I think you're being, and with all due respect to your senator, misinformed on this particular topic. This is what I call a regressive policy you have here. You developed. The city, in my opinion, clearly, and I'm happy to get in with Dustin and everybody else and just go the legal end. But I'm that A contractor. I have the ability to, do anything regarding this stuff. But the obligation of the city is to provide your services as historically been provided up to the property line. And your obligation is to have a clean out at that point. And so should myself as a property owner, I no longer own property in Eureka. I hand dug and put my own 4-inch laterals in to my property line because that was my obligation. But that's as far as my obligation. One of your projects you had there, I had an alley thing that came down the line, and you guys did a major improvement to my property, and unfortunately didn't hook me back up. So I had to deal with the city, and I didn't litigate something, although I could have. I just went ahead and said, please hook me back up since you've disconnected me. So your obligation is to put a clean out there, and our obligation as far as property owners, as people have said, is to go ahead and make sure we're not having water coming down downspouts. You can take that and you can mitigate that. If we have intrusion, that's your business. But this is a major problem here. And I really hopefully you listen to all the people involved in this, because property owners should not have to pay for the city.
Kent, you're kind of breaking up a little bit.
Lower lateral hookup, I would have to pay $8,000. But somebody who already has one should not have to pay anything, because that's your obligation to maintain what you were obligated to provide historically. So that's my comments. Appreciate your time. Please take consideration of all the other speakers you've heard from. And I think you may wish to avoid some major consequences if you do not follow the recommendations that you're being given. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Juniper?
Greetings, Council. Before I begin, let me make a disclaimer. This is to the Lost Coast Outpost and any other media outlets. If you choose to cover my comments in the public hearing, please reach out to me first. If you do not do so, I will have to offer legal action again. This comment that I have to offer to the council is specifically to Councilmember Castellano. I made a request earlier in the meeting to change the agenda. Councilman Castellano, why was it not possible to move the Sanctuary City agenda item to the top of the list?
That was Mayor Burgell that addressed that, and we were not able to make the amendments to the agenda at that time. It has to be done before council starts. Go ahead, Mayor. Yes.
So Juniper, what I would say about that is what I said earlier, is that we do have a public hearing that's happening now. We have this item as well, and we have a lot of people in chambers, as you've noticed, that are here to comment on this item also. So that is why we did not adjust the agenda, but I appreciate your concern.
I understand that. If I may add, I would like to say that it, to me, is egregious to prioritize a issue about literal excrement over a basic human rights issue. And I would have given public comment on the issue I described. However, given the situation, I will say simply this, of the City Council, taking to one another your demeanor constitutes the most timorous, sniveling, paltroonish, ignominious mob of self-serving, goose-stepping folk ever gathered under one flag of Christendom since the end of the Middle Ages. I bequeath my time.
Thank you, Juniper. You can always send an email. Thank you.
Kimberly, excuse me. Kimberly.
Hi, thank you for your time, everyone. I just want to say I'm a local realtor. I'm also a resident of Eureka and volunteer. I also subscribe to the e-billing, and what I would propose, if at all possible, when I go and talk to people who are residents in Eureka, either have been here or looking to move here or looking to sell from here, many of them do not know what a sewer lateral is. So what I'm asking is maybe we can put a little blurb in the emails or on the bill that kind of lets people know what a sewer lateral is. Just my, idea on maybe a public education, and then maybe misinformation might be curbed. Thank you for your time, everyone.
Thanks, Kimberly.
Bridget.
Hello, my name is Bridget Benson. I'm a real estate broker in Eureka, California, and I represent home sellers and buyers throughout Eureka. I am opposed to the proposed changes to the fee schedule regarding sewer lateral fees, and I strongly urge the City Council to establish a clear, set fee for non-standard sewer laterals, rather than leaving the cost open-ended, which creates financial uncertainty for homeowners. I had the opportunity to meet with a homeowner today, and they were very just surprised by my comments that they would have to apply for a sewer lateral application through the city, and it would cost them $200 initially, and there will be more fees after that. So I just asked to please help the Eureka homeowners by setting a clear fee for non-standard sewer laterals, and thank you so much.
Thanks, Bridget.
Ellen.
Hi, I'm a homeowner in Eureka, and I oppose these changes. They seem to be something that would make housing even more unaffordable here in the city by having these additional fees that should be the city's responsibility. We buy the house, we buy the property, and then we pay monthly for utilities. Like, This is not going to help with the housing crisis we have here. This is not going to help get more people housed. And I think it's morally wrong. This could be a huge expense for homeowners, and it could price people out of owning a home. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Ellen.
Kevin? Kevin? Kevin, you can unmute if you're still interested in commenting. I don't think they're there.
Okay. All right. There he is.
Go ahead.
Okay. I am Kevin Dreyer. I'm a property owner in Eureka. I'm a consumer in Eureka. I'm a realtor in Eureka. I don't necessarily speak for the Board of Realtors, but I do want to compliment you for all the work you do to, represent your constituents there. And I felt like your engineer and staff report was excellent, on point, and accurate. Everything that they described to you is really exactly what's pretty much going on. But in general, I'll try to be in brief. I have 6 minutes here, but
3.
Try to keep it down to under
3.
3.
Yeah.
I know I have 6 written. Okay, I'd just like to say in brief that any disincentive to any housing transaction hurts our local housing economy. Cost to a seller sometimes, often, translates into higher costs for a buyer. With interest rates higher, with inflation rising over the last few years, the economy is making it harder and harder for your constituents to buy, rent, or otherwise have homes to live in. Please do not approve this budget item as written. It's a 50% increase when inflation is finally down to more like 3%. 50% increase. Okay, yeah, home prices are up. Seller can handle it, right? But they have to turn around and rebuy in the same market. So all their equity is needed for the next place. And avoiding that opens up a place for a new buyer, a new homeowner. When a new homeowner buys a home, typically, according to research, $10,000 to $30,000 is spent in the local economy. New painting, new carpet, new carpentry, new cabinets, all this stuff. When they buy their house, they're spending money. That's sales tax that the city gets. Okay, hopefully. It's to create barriers to real estate transactions. It just stifles the economy, and that's not what you're looking for. So let's try to keep it to, maybe the city has to eat a little, but at least keep it reasonable for sellers, because, they all think, oh my God, here we are, the city's extorting us. We're just trying to sell our house. Okay,
Thank
so
you, Kevin.
200
That
a
was your
year
3
out of
minutes.
11,000
Thanks, Kevin. That was your 3 minutes. So with that, we will close the public hearing. You don't see anybody else on Zoom. We'll close the public hearing and bring it back to council for comments. Councilmember Castellano.
Thanks. Thank you for all the public comment. Appreciate the interest in this, and that there's been continued interest since I've been on council. I just want to clarify, when people say the city should pay for it, that is taxpayers. This is governed by enterprise funds, and so really it would be passed on to ratepayers. And so, for me, I think that is less equitable than the cost being passed on by homeowners. I want to recognize there's still a full room of people here who are waiting to comment on another item. So I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to hold a public hearing, 2, adopt the attached resolution of the City Council of the City of Eureka establishing various fees and service charges within the City of Eureka, and 3, bring alternatives for the non-standard sewer lateral fee back for consideration during the budget fee schedule meeting in May, June, after having additional conversations with realtors, contractors, rent advocates, and interested parties for feedback on these laterals.
I just
Second.
Yeah, I just want some clarity on that. Thank you, Councilmember Moulton. Yeah. So then it would be approving what we see here being what would be the standard rates then, I assume, the 8,000, the 12,600, correct? Okay.
I actually had a question that was brought up, and Councilmember Castellano pretty much just answered it, which is actually first there was the question of how the fees are calculated. Seems there's a discrepancy between what was described as best practices going forward and how we got to the numbers where we are today. Can someone describe how we got to the numbers where we are today in brief? I know you've gone over
Jesse,
it.
can go over that again, please.
Just give me the elevator
City
pitch on
Engineer
how we
Willer.
got to this number. Thank you.
You want me to start from the beginning?
Yeah, start your slideshow over. No,
Yeah.
just thank you. Yeah.
So where we started with 8,000. That was the original, based on an estimate of a $10,000 for a lateral, whether for a lower lateral, whether it was deep or shallow. After 2 rounds of bidding the project as an annual lateral specific project where the contractors are just going out and doing laterals. Our last round, which came through, opened a few months ago. We saw that there was an increase in the price from, 11.5 for the deeper laterals on average to about 15,700 or so for the deep laterals. So
if I could just drill in, like folks are concerned that we're saying that we're averaging 3 years worth of data. But if we don't have 3 years worth of data, how much of a time window of data are we averaging? What we have so far, or like a year at a time?
Yeah, we're looking at what we have so far. I guess for this one, we looked at our average cost for the bids that we have right now.
Thank you. So as we kind of build through this ordinance and get some real world numbers, as those real world numbers are constantly changing, then we're going to get to the point where we are looking at the last 3 years as soon as we have a last 3 years. Yes. Right. Okay. Yep. Thank you. And then Councilmember Castellano touched on it. If the homeowners are not paying for this, then the city has to pay for it. Am I understanding correctly that the water system has to pay for itself? Is that correct? So can we supplement the sanitary sewer or water treatment or anything like that with general fund dollars?
If council chose to do that, they could, but enterprise funds are meant to be basically ratepayer based. So whatever it costs to, that's why we do a rate review every 5 years. We analyze their system. We look at deferred maintenance. We look at maintenance opportunity, capital improvement projects, those type of things that are going to need to be done to not only maintain the system, but also to maintain our compliance with our regulatory permits. And whatever that rate review determines, that cost is spread out amongst all of our commercial and residential ratepayers. Yes.
Okay. So what it costs is what we end up charging people for water services.
Correct. And I think what Councilmember Castellano was getting at, and this was proposed when we did this ordinance, was did council at the time want to do this so it's based on the property owner, or do they want to do this as a part of that rate review? That would be an option if you wanted to spread the cost of this whole project out throughout the entire community and adjust the rates accordingly.
So just to highlight that, the other option besides the homeowners paying for this would be for everybody to pay for it, including people who rent apartments and pay a water bill, people who don't own their homes at all and pay water bills, people who might be on housing assistance and pay a water bill, that don't build any equity at all because they don't own a home, they would end up burdening some or taking on some of the burden from people who do own homes and who are building equity in that case. Yes?
It would be based on those paying the rates into our system, yes.
Thank you. I agree with Councilmember Castellano that does sound less equitable. That's all my clarifying questions and comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Contreras-Deloach.
Shortly after I was elected, Councilmember Moulton had pointed out that when we're going to vote no, it's helpful sometimes if we have an explanation as to why. And so that was a learning moment for me. And since then, I have explained why I vote no on things. So I'm going to explain right now why this is going to be a no vote for me. I've thought about it this week. We talked about this. I brought this up at the last one 2 weeks ago. I was also concerned about the equitability of that, and my concerns about being kind of potentially regressive in how we were doing this. Where it's kind of being spread through everybody. So that's actually not the issue. The reason why I'm going to say no is I think there's a number of different things in meeting with people this week. It doesn't make sense for me to vote yes on this right now and have this 12,600 thing go into effect when we've all at one point or another acknowledged that we think that this ordinance should come back and it needs work. And I think that it does. And I think it does for a few reasons. I think, we had a couple of contractors and plumbers come in here and point out a couple little bit of issues. They also talked about, kind of the questions on the site. I met with some of the realtors last week who also pointed out that they had some difficulty and showed me on the site kind of filling out, what the site looks like. The other thing is I am wondering, kind of what the education efforts were around making sure that all of the citizens understood. I get it. Oftentimes we have a long process and we talk about things for a long period of time, and people don't watch the videos. They don't come and they don't read the follow-ups, and then they wonder why they don't understand why something is happening. And I will say it's very important to try to be engaged as well. But I think in something like this, I'm wondering, did we put anything in a water bill, or did we, so I think there's probably some things that we could do. Point being, I think there were valid points that were brought up tonight. I don't want to vote yes on a 12-6 right now when I think that we might need to work on this a little bit, not because I think that staff hasn't done a good job. I also want to say thank you for a really good presentation. I feel like that was very informative and helped a lot of people in here. But I think there's gaps, and that's really my only issue with this is that people were bringing up there's some gaps in some places that I think we need to work on. So it's going to be a no for me.
Councilmember Bauer.
Maybe it's just a clarifying question. I heard it from the public, like we should pause the ordinance, we should change the ordinance. How does that, I guess the question is that possible given, the lawsuit and the settlement?
I want to be clear, this item here has nothing to do with the ordinance. We did discuss the potential of looking at it, but from a legal perspective, as far as we're very limited on what we can do with the ordinance. As City Engineer Willer had stated, this is a part of our permit, has been a part of our permit since 2019. The consent decree requires us to do it as a point of sale. So those two requirements will always maintain unless council chooses to go against our permit and our consent decree. Those will always be a part of the ordinance. Can there be other changes? I think that we had already planned when we brought this back to council in February of 2025 for the non-standard. It was because we heard from the commercial realtors about the issues that they're having along Broadway and other problems where it's just not feasible to meet escrow timelines. And so we added that so that we can come up with an agreement with the city attorney and the city engineer for the seller to have to do this at a future date. And these residential non-standards will follow that same protocol. But we can look at talking to contractors and trying to realize some sort of efficiencies. I think that in doing that, as this is a dynamic ordinance, when that happens, that review of each will still base it on what the bids come back at. And if we realize those efficiency, yes, when we average the next year, we'll see those changes if they happen. I will say that construction overall. When people are talking about $4,000 laterals that many years, I would say that percent increase in construction industry is not any different than any other part of the construction industry.
Thank you. I want to, I don't know if this is a question or if it's like a friendly amendment. So you're suggesting we go with the two prices, right? The 8,000 to 12,600, and then we revisit the non-standard. Sorry. Would you be amenable to like putting a cap until that time that we can figure out what the non-standard rate's going to be? Can we?
So could I just make a clarification? So right now, there's not a non-standard fee at all.
I'm saying the cap on the non-standard fee.
At the time that we look at it, because right now it's not being proposed as a part of this. And also, as it not being a fee, those non-standard situations there's going to be zero fee from the city. It's basically going to be homeowner, you have to fix this depending on what it is. Now, if it's a non-standard and it's not a building issue, like going underneath somebody's house, we could do an agreement similar to the commercial and have it done at a later date. But as far as a fee, right now, there is no fee for non-standard. That non-standard will either have to be done prior to the point of sale or come up with an agreement with the city engineer, with the agreement that they come up with.
Thank you.
Do you have any comment?
Yeah.
A brief comment?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Councilmember Fernandez.
This is conflicting because I can see the need for the 8,000 or the 12,600, and again the volatility, the unknown of the non-standard. This is something that I had asked about last time: is what is the average for the non-standard? What could be the standard for the non-standard? And we just don't know, because by definition they're non-standard. So there's that kind of chaotic element to it. I'm inclined to move forward with this, but at the same time, with that unknown and with that volatility there, I'm more than likely going to be voting no on this until we're able to review the ordinance. I know that City Manager, you had said that that's not what's at play here tonight. This is something that we can do later. But again, it's that unknown that gives it pause for me. Simply, I can understand the concerns too of spreading it around to ratepayers, and maybe that's something that we need to consider as a bifurcation between commercial and residential. Again, that's what we're not doing here tonight, but because we have that element of unknown, I'm inclined to disagree.
Thank you. Questions? No? Great. Councilmember Moulton.
I guess I'm confused, or I'm concerned about the idea of not setting fees for things that we do know something about, because there is something unrelated to this vote and outside of the agendized question that we don't know something about. I can appreciate wanting to table it until we look at the ordinance again, because we are going to look at the ordinance again. But why not go ahead with what we already have math about? We already have data. We already have, the service that the city is providing, and just creating these two different levels, fully knowing that those total non sequiturs are not part of this, because we need to work that out.
So, and I will add to that. So, if this is not approved, the non-standard situation that's being proposed will persist. It will be the same. There will still be a non-standard if this is not approved, and that will still persist, and it'll be on the property owner's responsibility.
Okay. Councilmember Castellano.
The alternative to voting on the motion that I made is for someone to make a substitute motion. I just want to put that out there, or, we could call the vote.
Great. So we have one more comment, and then we're going to call the question. Oh, two more comments.
Mario, you go first. No, you don't want to go first?
Councilmember Contreras-Deloche.
Well, I'm still thinking it through. I'm making it up as I go. I'm trying. Councilmember Castellano, you said an alternative. So City Manager Slattery, would you clarify what you just said? If we don't do this tonight, then
The fee schedule will remain as is. There will be
Meaning?
no Gulch and Greenway fee added to the fee schedule. There will be no parking permit added to the fee schedule.
Okay,
There will
so-
be no, hold on, there'll be no deeper lateral added to the fee schedule. It'll stay the same as it is right now. As it is right now, all standard laterals are $8,000. They'll remain that way. All non-standard laterals will not have a fee schedule and will be continue on like that. So in other words, the situation that we have a non-standard, it's going to be either A, it has to be taken care of right away and the property owner is going to pay for it and they need to figure that out and how they're going to do it, or B, we're going to find a way to work around that and have an agreement to where it can be done at a later date by the seller. That'll still be the same.
So
yeah, can we make a motion where that we pass the other stuff and then we just go ahead and leave out this piece that has us all talking about the sewer lateral ordinance
The only, yeah,
or whatever, sewer lateral adjustment?
yes, you can approve and not approve specific fees.
Okay. Well, I don't know how exactly to phrase that, but I
So
would put
before you come up with your motion, we will need to vote on the other motion.
I see.
So,
You vote on substitute motions before the original motion.
oh, this is a substitute. Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Castellano.
I need to formulate my substitute motion as Councilmember Bauer just informed me. I can't get this up, by the way. I haven't been able to look at my agenda the whole night. It's not working. I don't know where the great and powerful Oz is at, but I haven't been able to see it. So,
It
language.
was like I can help with this a bit because then I would move to not amend. What would it be?
So actually,
Substitute.
Would you like Councilmember?
What's the language that we?
Fernandez?
Oh
Go.
yeah, I saw him.
Because we're not all going to have a conversation here.
Okay. I move that we substitute the following motion to approve the discretionary permits and the downtown employee parking permit.
If I may, I think what is being suggested is to approve the fee schedule minus the new deep lateral. Is that?
Yeah, we can take that too.
Okay. Yeah,
So
you just need to subtract the deep lateral, and if the rest is
I did it by
fine.
omitting it, but I
Yeah.
like yours.
Okay.
So we will need a second on that motion.
I will second the motion, if I understand it, that we're approving all of the other stuff and excluding this one about the lateral.
Correct.
Okay, second.
All right. Please vote.
I'm sorry, we need to clarify which one we're voting on.
The second one.
The one you helped me
substitute
with, the
motion.
substitute. Yeah.
Thank you.
There, now it is. Okay.
3 yes, Moulton and Castellano dissenting. And then do I read the whole thing? Motion carries.
Okay. So I just want to thank everybody for being here and for your patience. We are going to take a short break now, probably 7 minutes. Thank you for having your seats. I'm sorry that was so loud. That was not my intention. All right, so we are going to go ahead and reconvene the meeting. The next item on the agenda is the consent calendar. We do have F1 has been pulled by a constituent. So, City Manager Slattery, did you want to take that one? F1.
I think these are the minutes, and City Clerk Powell, for the consent calendar has been pulled about the minutes, and there's a question as to the minutes and something within the minutes.
The question is, one of the motions was not captured completely of Councilmember Castellano. So if we could take a look at that for a moment.
Do you know which item it was?
Come on up, Janelle.
Okay. And I don't know if that's L1 or I1, whatever reports and action items. Okay, so I have it here in front of me if somebody wants it. But anyway, do you want me to say what I think?
About the designated campground?
Yeah, that the
feasibility.
So, excuse me. So, Janelle, what do you see is missing?
I just gave it to her.
Okay.
To read it aloud?
Would you?
Yes. Thank you.
Leslie Castellano moved, seconded by Scott Bauer, designate Renee Contreras-Deloche and G. Mario Fernandez as council members to meet monthly with staff to discuss authorized emergency shelter opportunities and guidelines. Motion carried.
Okay, so what did you feel was missing from that?
Hand me that. Castellano said exactly that and added including campsites and other alternatives. And I only discovered that because I was reviewing it today and discovered it just before it was time for me to drive up here and tell you. So
yeah, this is new information to us. We just received it at
so
the
you
beginning
need
of
to
the meeting.
probably review the video. I don't know.
Thank you.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for bringing it forward.
Oh, and if I could, I support the sanctuary ordinance, but I need to go home right now. Thank you.
Off the chain. Legislative action correspondence. Okay. So now this finally moves us to a resolution to declare the city of Eureka as a sanctuary city. And City Attorney Luna, do you have a report out for this?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am going to keep my comments incredibly brief with respect to all the folks who came to speak on this item and anticipating that there will be some questions from Council. I do just want to highlight a couple of important points about the sanctuary resolution that I think will speak to some of the questions and comments that may come up. There's a lot of discussion at the federal level about sanctuary cities right now. So there has been an executive order and several memos coming out of the federal administration that speak to sanctuary cities and make overtures about removing funding from jurisdictions who declare themselves to be sanctuary jurisdictions, and even consequences for public officials who participate in sanctuary policies. I want to say that these issues are being litigated currently, and there has been no judgment from any court that would prevent the city from taking the action today to approve this resolution. So I just want to be clear about that. Obviously, the city attorney's office is going to be monitoring, and if that changes at any time, I will bring this item back to the council. But taking action today to approve this resolution is authorized. So I wanted to make that point. I also wanted to make the point that this resolution is shares a lot of commonalities with many other jurisdictions' sanctuary policy. This particular resolution mirrors Arcata's ordinance in many respects, and it also tracks California law. So we would not be alone in passing sanctuary policy. In fact, we would be in good company with both the city of Arcata and the county of Humboldt, as well as the state of California, as well as hundreds of other jurisdictions around the country. And finally, I just wanted to say that nothing about this policy prevents enforcement against folks who have committed crimes. This is about civil federal immigration policy, and the city's directive that we not use city resources to assist in civil federal immigration policy enforcement. So I think that's a really important distinction. I'm sure it's going to get brought up later, but I wanted to start by saying this policy doesn't prevent us from pursuing folks who have committed crimes. This is about civil federal immigration policy. And with that, I will open it up to questions from council.
Councilmember Moulton.
Thank you, City Attorney Luna, for that synopsis and also for this the thoughtful resolution. I think it covers a lot of really important things. I wanted to address some concerns that were brought up in emails from constituents, chiefly the one about, I feel like several of the questions I can just not buy the premise that poor people are automatically dirty. But I wanted to address the question about public safety, and it's actually for Chief Stevens. Hi, so glad you're here. Sorry to put you on the spot. I have a concern myself about when the public is unwilling to call for help because they're afraid that if they are mugged or robbed, that they are not safe calling the police because they don't have the proper documentation to be in the country. In your opinion, do you think this ordinance will make Eureka less safe?
I don't believe the ordinance will change the way.
I apologize. Resolution. Sorry.
I don't believe the resolution will change the way and the community members will feel, or definitely not feel unsafe. It's our mission to continue to serve the community no matter whether the resolution is in place or not. And we've been doing that for the last, since 2016, right? I mean, that's when this all started with the resolutions and these things. So nothing has changed the way the Eureka Police Department serves our community, and we're open to anyone that's victimized to come forward, and we will take care of them and do all we can to solve their crime.
Thank you, Chief.
Any other questions? Councilmember Fernandez?
Sorry, I'm just trying to find where it was here in the resolution. Right. Chief, it says here, absent a judicial warrant. Yeah, number 8. Eureka Police Department should honor federal immigration detainer requests only in cases of serious and or violent felonies. So can you give us examples of what those crimes may entail?
I am not privy to what those are because we don't deal in the immigration detainers. So to somebody to have an immigration detainer placed on them, they need to be booked into jail for a crime, their fingerprints ran, then at that point, Immigration Services would reach out to the Humboldt County Sheriff's Department and put that detainer on them. This would be long past the involvement of the Eureka Police Department in any crime that we've been investigating, non-immigration related, that they would have been booked on.
Right, but what I'm asking is what would be the cases of serious and or violent felonies?
Sorry, I'd have to look up the code in AB 54 and figure out, or SB 54 and figure out which ones they've listed in there. I do not know what those are. Because it doesn't affect the way the Eureka Police Department does business because we don't deal in detainers.
City Attorney Luna, would you have an idea of what those might entail?
if you're looking for specifics, I'm afraid I can't provide them, and I apologize for that. I think we all understand serious and violent felonies to mean, serious bodily harm against another, including, rape and murder.
Right.
That's the kind of serious and violent felonies that I think we're talking about here. But we did not list all of those.
Right. And I
penal
wouldn't
code.
expect you to.
Yeah.
Yeah. The law is extensive in that avenue, and I wouldn't expect you to list them all. But just having that said out loud, that these are what would result in some sort of relationship or cooperation at that point between local law enforcement and potentially the federal government in that regard, then that would be what starts that.
Yeah,
So
I think that's the intent of the resolution.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Castellano?
Oh, I just quickly Googled what's a serious and violent felony, and according to Penal Code Section 1192.7, serious felonies: robbery, kidnapping, intimidation of victims or witnesses, carjacking, lewd or lascivious act on a child under 14, arson, exploding or destructive device. Violent felonies: murder, mayhem, rape, sodomy, oral copulation, lewd and lascivious, any felony punishable by death or life in a prison. Would that be kind of like is that code current, or is that what we would be drawing from?
I think there's two separate things here. I think that's the definition for serious violent felonies under the Penal Code of the State of California, and I think AB or SB 54 lists a different set of crimes of what's included, not included under this particular statute for serious violent felonies.
Okay. Questions? Councilmember Contreras-Deloche?
Chief, I don't know if you have it on you, but when you and I visited and you had shared a paragraph with me that you had shared in an interview, and I'm wondering if you have that on you and if you'd be willing to share that now.
Yeah, I do.
I think it would be really helpful.
Yeah, thank you for that opportunity. It is a part of the Eureka Police Department's ongoing mission and priority to foster trust between law enforcement and all members of our community. Protecting public safety means ensuring that everyone feels safe to seek help, report crimes, and engage with our officers, regardless of their immigration status, background, or circumstance. And that's truly what it comes down to for the Eureka Police Department. That's our service, that's our mission, that's our goal for our community, and that's what we're going to do.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Anything further? Okay. Thank you, Chief. So without any further questions, we'll open this item up for public comment. You can line up on either side. And why don't you come on up. Welcome.
Thank you, Council. I'm Gordon Clatworthy. I want everybody to know this story. It's a story of a little girl who spent the last few years of her life hiding from authorities because she became an illegal person, specifically because of a regime change that made a law making her family not allowed to live in their chosen country. She and her family were swept up in a raid, taken to a detention center, a center like those that ICE run, that have already had over 50 people die from preventable illnesses. The little girl wrote something before she was taken. She wrote about things happening, and I'm sorry that English is not her first language, but she said, people are being dragged out of their homes, families are torn apart, men, women, and children are separated, children come home from school to find their parents have disappeared. Some people are happy to hear those words. They want this to happen. Maybe they need to know that those words were written by Anne Frank, who died in a detention center that later became a concentration camp because other countries wouldn't take those families deemed illegal by the Nazis. Imagine being 15 years old, hiding in a cramped attic, knowing that if you're caught, you will be torn from your family and sent to a camp where survival is unlikely. That was Anne Frank's reality, not because she committed a crime, but because of who she was. Now, look at today. Immigrant families live in fear as ICE grab people off the street, ripping them from their homes and workplaces, often without due process. Parents vanish, children are left behind, and detention centers overflow with people whose only crime was seeking safety and opportunity. Anne Frank was a victim of a system that dehumanized people based on their identity. Have we learned nothing? When we allow fear and prejudice to dictate policy, we repeat history's darkest chapters. The question isn't what happened then, it's what we are willing to accept now. Let's be clear, no person is illegal. No family deserves to be torn apart. And if we say never again, we must mean it.
Thank you. Okay, we'll have this side come up. Hello again.
Hi, we have a question. Ellen wants to speak on this issue, but we also want to sing. Sorry, Linda. We also want to sing a Raging Granny song.
So here's what we'll do is you'll do your Raging Granny song, and then the two ladies can sit down, and then we can have our public commenter. Okay. Fair enough?
Okay, this is called Support the Immigrants. For many reasons, families have come here. Let's find a way to help them stay. They're part of us now, they make us stronger. Do not send our neighbors away. Support the immigrants, yes, all the immigrants. We are all one community. We understand that the combination of our cultures creates prosperity. My parents came here for opportunity to make a home and a better life. Now others come here for security, to escape from hatred and strife. This is my home now, this is my country. It's here I live and here I'll stay. I have a life here and a good future. Do not send my family away. Let's thank the immigrants, yes, all us immigrants, for our hard work has made us great. And in the future, working together, we'll have justice and turn away from hate. Apoyamos a los inmigrantes porque somos comunidad. Cuando combinamos las culturas, es crear la prosperidad.
Thank you, ladies.
I'll just go to the back of the line. And
Okay, thank you. Let's have you come up on this side. Welcome.
Hello.
Hi.
That's a good one to have to follow up, eh? Council members, I ask that you declare the city of Eureka a sanctuary city. The concept of welcoming the stranger may be familiar to many acculturated in the United States through their understanding of the holy texts of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. However, the virtue in welcoming those not of your tribe is broad appeal among humans. Through most cultures around the world, the concept of welcoming the stranger has a central role. From the Japanese concept of omotenashi, which includes so much more than just mere hospitality, to the Indian Hindu-Buddhist philosophy of Ati Devo Bhava, pardon my pronunciation, which translates literally as the guest is akin to God. We can see the expression of the universal concept of ancient Greeks referred to as xenia, or guest friendship. America was deliberately founded on Greco-Roman ideals, which the secularly sacred spaces of our nation's capital and many state, county, and even city halls of legislation display. The concept of welcoming the guest was literally built into the foundation of our country, as xenia was an important part of Greek architecture as well. One of the most evocative stories associated with the concept of xenia is that of Bacchus and Philemon, two humble elderly residents of Phrygia who unknowingly became hosts to the disguised gods of Jupiter and Mercury. due to the rest of the wealthy townspeople not respecting the tradition of welcoming the stranger. Despite their poverty, Bacchus and Philemon offered the best of their food and give refuge to the travelers. Philemon chases their only goose in hopes of offering it to their guests, but the goose escapes to the safety of Jupiter's lap. The god explains that the two hosts need not sacrifice the goose, but should instead flee the town. They travel with the gods to the top of a nearby hill and see the wickedness of their guest-denying city discovered by a flood. Their home is transformed into a temple, and they become the guardians therein. In death, the two will embrace as they are to be transformed into an oak and linden tree intertwined. At least according to Ovid, who does a much better job of relating this story in Book 8 of the Metamorphoses. The concept of being a gracious host is so ingrained in the culture of being a human that to contravene this directive has lasting consequences. Our success as humans depends upon lifting each other up to the high ground with Philemon and Bacchus. The powers beyond our humble efforts, be they spiritual deities or the laws of nature they represent, reward our efforts at providing sanctuary, even when the multitude around us choose hard hearts and certain peril in the coming flood. I invite you to join me and other citizens on Monday nights at Eureka Books, where we review agendas of deliberative bodies which affect our lives. And if you want to also join the Classics Book Club, you can reach out to me. Thank you. Please pass the resolution for making Eureka a sanctuary city. Thanks.
Thank you. Come on up. Welcome to you.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Honorable council members, community leaders, and neighbors, my name is Carmen Elena. I'm a longtime resident of Eureka and an immigrant born in Toluca, Mexico. I stand before you today in unwavering support of a strong resolution, one that will not only reinforce our countywide sanctuary ordinance, but also send a clear message that our city will not be complicit in the criminalization of immigrants. Let's be honest about why so many immigrants are here in the first place. Many have fled violence, economic destabilization, and political upheaval, conditions created or worsened by U.S. foreign policies. From military interventions to trade agreements that have gutted local economies, our government has played a direct role in forcing people to leave their countries of origin. And yet, when they arrive here seeking safety, they are often met with detention, deportation, hostility, or are merely welcomed as a surplus disposable labor force. This resolution is not just about local policy. It is about rejecting the systemic violence of detention and deportation that continues to devastate our community. It is about saying clearly and unapologetically that we will not allow our city to be a pipeline to ICE, that we will not be complicit in the fear-mongering and xenophobia that drive immigration enforcement. This is a matter of justice, of dignity, of taking a stand when the federal government fails to do so. If we believe in true sanctuary, we must ensure that our city remains a place where immigrants do not have to live in fear of being torn from their families. We must pass this resolution and make it stronger, because when we protect our immigrant neighbors, we push back against the systems that seek to divide and dehumanize us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Come on up. Welcome. Welcome.
So my name is Holly Scaglione, and I am a Eureka resident, and I'm a mom and a business owner, and I'm grateful to be here tonight to speak to you all. I'm also a member of SURGE, which stands for Showing Up for Racial Justice, which is, we have a large chapter here in Humboldt County. And I'm also a social worker, a longtime social worker. And so I'm speaking with all of those hats on tonight. And I'm also speaking somewhat because I'm a parent and speaking for the children that are unable to speak tonight at this meeting. And Eureka hosts the largest school-age population in the county. And so it's really imperative to support and protect our students and families. And I am asking tonight for a recognition of schools, hospitals, churches, courthouses, and government buildings be protected areas where migrants can access essential services without fear. We are asking for collaboration with Centro de Pueblos Rapid Response Network to verify ICE activity and combat misinformation, which is rampant in our community right now. Enforcing a zero tolerance policy against racial profiling and discrimination by law enforcement. Providing immigrant rights trainings as part of the sanctuary ordinance's enforcement. And holding community forums to address the mental health impact of hate speech, racism, and anti-immigrant policies. And as a social worker, I will say that that is incredibly detrimental and harmful to our children, to our communities and our families. And it's something that's really, really important to myself and many, many people in this community. So I'm asking you to be in support of Eureka to be a sanctuary city. Thank you.
Thank you. Take this side of the room.
Hello, my name is Peyton Leone. I have a banner, but I think I'll hold it up at a different person speaking since it's a little bit long. Thank you all for being here. Long meeting tonight, but we're all here together, and I appreciate that. I wanted to read a bit of our history in California to you. This is a 2006 letter of apology for the 1939 Mexican repatriation that happened in this state. I won't read all of it, just a bit. Beginning in 1929, government authorities and certain private sector entities in California and throughout the United States undertook an aggressive program to forcibly remove persons of Mexican ancestry from the United States. In California alone, approximately 400,000 American citizens and legal residents of Mexican ancestry were forced to go to Mexico. In total, it is estimated that 2 million people of Mexican ancestry were forcibly relocated to Mexico, approximately 1.2 million of whom had been born in the United States, including California. So I offer that to you as a bit of history to remember that we've been here before, and to ask yourselves, what would you do back then? What will we do tonight? I appreciate the Attorney Luna for saying that this is in good company of the state of California. Other states have sanctuary ordinances passed, Arcata as well, and the county of Humboldt. So I hope that you all vote in favor tonight of sanctuary status for Eureka. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Rachel Montgomery, and I am a Eureka resident, and I'm also a member of Humboldt Surge, showing up for racial justice. I also work as a program officer for Humboldt Area Foundation, working closely with a lot of nonprofits. But I'm here as a community member. So last month marked the 140th anniversary of the expulsion of Chinese residents from Eureka in what became known as the Eureka Solution, that became a model for demonizing and criminalizing Chinese immigrants. The same hateful rhetoric and xenophobia and ignorance that was used 140 years ago against Chinese residents of Eureka and this country is being used again. We heard it earlier tonight in this chambers. This is our opportunity to stand up for our neighbors, our colleagues, our friends, and our families in this very community and across our country. This body has also made great decisions in the past with returning land to the Wiyot people. This is another opportunity to stand up for our immigrant community members. They are more than just parts of our economy. They are human beings that deserve human rights and all of the freedoms that everyone else seeks. I also believe that this is an opportunity for more than just a resolution. It's an opportunity for education for the rest of the community in learning how to stand up for our immigrant neighbors, families, and colleagues. I also just want to name a couple of things. One is just this frequent conflation between immigrants and criminality that is not true. The data doesn't back it up. The other thing that I want to point out that I hope is obvious, but may not be for folks that aren't directly impacted by targeting by ICE, is look at who's making comments here, the people that are most directly impacted. They're too scared. I saw the same thing at the Board of Supervisors a few months ago. There were some great comments there. but there are immigrant folks in our community who are too afraid to go before an elected body like this and to come into public and make public statements in such a way. So I hope that we have opportunity. I just encourage you to pass this resolution and make the city of Eureka a sanctuary city and make this place a safe place for those folks to feel welcome and belong. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Welcome to you. It should be on.
It should be on. It's on. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Rosam Ruiz. There's a plethora of undocumented immigrant contributions to this country that I could go over, that I could recite, that span the social, cultural, the historical, and economic contributions, such as the billions of dollars to our tax system at the local, state, and federal government, monies from which we all benefit, or praise their low proclivity to crime, being about 40% as likely to commit crime than native-born Americans. But that distracts from what's at stake here, because what's at stake here is basic human dignity and human rights. What's at stake is whether we condone a system, a tiered system, where we declare that some lives are worth less than others. What's at stake is, do we accept and lean into fear and hate, or do we lean and embrace love and compassion? I urge this council to pass the resolution and embrace compassion and love. Thank you.
Thank you.
1936, they had fled all over Europe ahead of it. The SS had tried to kidnap my grandmother and my grandparents, my grandfather, out of Austria, at that time still an independent country, and they got prosecuted not because of their Jewish faith, but because of their political engagement. They were staunch Democrats. But coming here to America, they were stripped of their German citizenship. They were on the first list of people that were stripped of the German citizenship. They were very proud of that, rightfully so, because they've been long standing anti-fascist, staunch Democrats in Germany. But when they came here in 1936, they had to provide affidavits. They had to obtain affidavits through Czechoslovakian embassy at that time. When they came here, they founded an organization called the American Guild for Cultural Freedom. Bertolt Brecht was a member. Thomas Mann was a member. Leon Feuchtwanger was a member. Martin Gropius was a member. Fritz Lang, the famous filmmaker, was a member. Now guess what? They all needed to provide affidavits. They all needed to provide affidavits to come here, and they were facing Hitler. They were facing the concentration camps. My family, 2/3 of them went through the camps. My grandparents got out of there. My mother was born here on the 4th of July, 1942. I'm a so-called third-generation Holocaust survivor. I'm a first-generation immigrant who got naturalized in this country. I stand for immigration. As long as it's legal. Why should I jump through all the hoops? Why should I have to wait my term? Why did I have to go down to Immigration and Naturalization Service down on Sensomi Street twice to get naturalized? Why did I have to wait my terms? Why did I come here as a lawful permanent resident? Why did it take me 14 years to get my citizenship when now others get pushed in front of the line? I paid tens of thousands of dollars. I bought a skill set. I'm a leather maker. I got politically engaged, and it didn't exactly benefit me. It is shameful to even consider to break federal immigration law, and I hope that Immigration and Customs Service comes after you. I hope that Homan comes after you. I hope that Doge comes after you. I hope you will be held accountable for being the anti-American pieces of filth that you are. Dirty communists.
Welcome.
Welcome.
I think his family would probably appreciate the sanctuary city if I had a guest back in the day, but okay. Yeah, so I'm here just to basically give my support for the sanctuary city. Immigrants are with this unhinged administration, though, to be fair, the last one was pretty unhinged as well. All of them are unhinged, but, it would be important, I believe, to give, immigrants a safe place to live here, and I don't have much to say. Everyone did a pretty good job before me. Thanks.
Thank you. Come on up.
Immigration is the foundation of America. No other nation has as large an immigrant population as the United States. These immigrants have contributed to the success of our country and are our friends and neighbors. They have taken jobs in manual labor-intensive occupations such as agriculture and construction. However, over the past 4 years, under the prior administration, our border was open to over 12 million illegal migrants that have flooded our services. They have been given free housing, medical care, cell phones, vouchers, etc. These perks are funded by the American taxpayer. These free services to the migrants are not offered to our own citizens. During this time, sanctuary cities were formed to protect these migrants. With the new administration in place in 2025, sanctuary cities were outlawed by federal law. It appears that Governor Newsom and the city of Eureka plan on defying federal law and maintaining the sanctuary cities. This could result in the loss of $160 billion federal dollars to our state and city. No one knows what services could be lost by defying federal law. California state and local governments are currently $500 billion in debt. How can we, the people, afford to lose this kind of money to protect illegal criminals? How is California going to replace $160 billion? Sanctuary cities are subsidized by the taxpayer to protect criminals and incentivize illegal immigration. What about us, your citizens? Are we just collateral damage to your ideology and lack of common sense? Sanctuary policies are against federal law and make a mockery of America's democratic principles and demonstrate a shocking disrespect for our Constitution and our citizens. Our leaders must be held accountable for violating federal law. Thank you.
Before we have the next person come up, we have a point of order. It is almost 9:30. We do need to extend our meeting, so if I could get a motion.
I'll move to extend to 10:30.
Okay, can we get a second?
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
5 yes votes, motion carries.
Thank you, everyone. Come on up. Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Peter Pennycamp. I've lived in Humboldt County for 50 years and Eureka for 15 years. The guy who talked about his family getting their certificates, I'm grateful that they got their certificates. My whole family died in Auschwitz. My dad came here as a political refugee after being condemned of treason. And our daughter-in-law is Islamic and escaped a civil war in Uganda, right? We do not make it easy for people to come here. Everyone has to fight for it. They don't get treated well, right? This is a rough place to land. People don't come here because they're going to be treated well. Anything we can do that provides comfort, that gives people the message that they count, and that this country actually has an ideal or two that's left alive is going to be found in places like this. So I commend you for looking at this, and I stand totally behind it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hearing a lot of high emotions about Nazis and all kinds of other things, and I'm just kind of struck by the fact that legal documented immigrants already face no risk of deportation. Even illegal, law-abiding immigrants face scant risk of it. The only thing that Homan and whatnot are talking about is people that are already here illegally that commit further crimes. All right, they are the only ones that are at risk of being deported. Why you would want to support that small subset of the immigration population with a virtue signaling useless ordinance or whatever you're calling it. The thing about it is, these people are at no danger of deportation anyways. The only reason I could see that you would do this, considering the fact that we have a budget that's on the ropes anyways, and the feds are threatening to withhold federal funds to anyone that does a stupid move like this. I mean, are you just doing it so that the funds get withheld and then you can blame Trump for our problems? It's kind of a dumb political move, if you ask me. So maybe you might want to rethink it. It won't have any effect on the ground as far as people being deported, because the only people they're talking about deporting are the people that have committed further crimes. And if you want to support them, then go to hell.
Welcome to you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Oh, yeah, there it is. My name is Rachel Westlake. I am a Humboldt County resident. I've lived in Eureka for a lot of my 20 years in Humboldt. And I call on the Eureka City Council today to pass this ordinance to declare Eureka a sanctuary city with my whole heart. It is not only simply right, but it helps Eureka acknowledge and grow out of its long history of violence against people of color, Native and immigrant individuals and families. We have an opportunity to redefine our city as a true sanctuary, a place where every individual can feel safe, respected, supported. Of course, this ordinance alone will not do that. Eureka's past can't be undone, but it can help guide us to a future built on trust, justice, and healing. Drawing on the timeless values of compassion, collective resilience, and community accountability, I invite us to embrace the courage it takes to grow out of old patterns and to create a community that truly cares for each other. Let's work together to ensure that our schools, hospitals, community centers, our city are safe havens for every resident, housed or unhoused, and that we stand uniting and combating fear and misinformation. It's time to honor the dignity of every person in Eureka and build a sanctuary that reflects our best selves, a community where every voice is heard and every life is valued and cared for.
Thank you. Come on up.
Good evening, Council. I apologize for my voice in advance. I'm recovering from pneumonia, but I'm not contagious, I promise. My father immigrated here illegally about 30 years ago. He worked like a law-abiding citizen. He gained legal status. And before legal status, he was given a fake Social Security card. He paid into the tax system, as most undocumented immigrants do, received no benefits from said tax system, contributed to society like a law-abiding American citizen, and gained legal status. My tío, who started applying for his green card about 25 years ago, just received legal documentation within the last month because of the hurdles and obstacles that this country has consistently thrown at these undocumented immigrants to cease their process in gaining legal documentation. And I believe sanctuary is not only important, it is a humanitarian responsibility to take care of these citizens who want nothing but the best for their family, for the individuals around them, and who want to provide for their children who are currently being detained in centers where they are dying of sicknesses that aren't being cared or taken seriously. I think it is extremely saddening to see the way we are taking care of these people who have done nothing but pay into our system and wish the best for their families. There's also no evidence to support that migrants are at risk of committing more criminal crimes. There is actually evidence to support the opposite, that American-born citizens are more likely to commit said crimes. So I would like to clear that in case there is further discussion or statement on that point. It is ridiculous. I'm in full support of Eureka becoming a sanctuary city. I believe it is of the utmost importance to protect the people who just want what's best for them and their families. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
Hola. Buenas noches, mi nombre es Brenda Pérez. Yo soy la directora del Centro del Pueblo. I'm also coordinating the efforts at the Dream Center for Undocumented Students at Cal Poly Humboldt and the Latina Center at Cal Poly Humboldt. And I came here today with great joy. I'm celebrating ahead that this discussion is public, that we are talking about a resolution for declaring this city, this great city, this political center, this vibrancy in economy, this industrial space, a sanctuary city. This is perhaps one of the movements for labor acknowledgement that is going to be the more concrete practice. It's fair, my friends. And it took only 7 years after the sanctuary law was declared in the whole county. I'm celebrating that this is happening. It feels like a movement to repair a historical mistake made by the policies that try to dehumanize immigrants. Right now, we are regaining our dignity. We are regaining a rightful space next to our youth leadership. It's unbelievable, and it made me very proud that it's in this room, a big group of them reclaiming their seats and being participants in politics. My hope with this resolution that we are going to all celebrate is that the local law enforcement stop the racial profiling, to implement a zero tolerance. It doesn't matter if we have a green card. We don't pour that green card in our foreheads. We are not showing up our citizenship, but we are showing up of color of our skin. And it is time that we are equal in front of the law. It is time for the cities, for every institution that treats us as equals. We have the right to have the due process. We have the right to access attorneys. We have the rights protected by the Constitution, this Constitution that is being vulnerated at this moment by the highest level of the power of the United States. I will say that for the first time since I migrated here, I feel like we the people is real. We all, immigrants, citizens, documented and undocumented, we are all the same in front of a sanctuary status. This sanctuary status really, it made a difference. I'm witnessing that difference, Chief. I will really want to invite you all to read the original Humboldt County. There is examples of federal crimes like human trafficking that is coded there. There is a lot of good practices, best practices around the state. We have rights protected by that law. It's not only SB 54, it's the Humboldt County Immigrants' Rights, and this one now. Thank you so much for making the right thing and give us this dignity.
Thank you. Okay. So, actually, would you go back, and then I'll have you come up after the next lady just to keep it equitable. So, come on up, Nezzy.
Not much left to say. Thank you, Brenda. I just want to say that I'm also very excited and happy to see the city of Eureka moving in the direction of the sanctuary resolution. It's consistent with everything else that's happening around here. I think it's a wonderful thing that if we could make it real when as it's being implemented, more than just a resolution and an idea, that we actually live the principles around all of that. And sanctuary is a really important word. You know, I'm a resident here for 46 years, and I've been through a lot of things that have wanted to see the lack of criminalization around folks that are unhoused, and in this case, folks that are immigrants. And it's a real thing. I have a friend who just went to Florida to be with his family because they're going to be deported. Mm-hmm. And it's a very real thing. It's something that we can impact. So let's do that. I encourage you to pass the resolution and to stick with, as a former speaker said, love and compassion, because that love in action is what's going to make it happen. So thank you.
Thank you, Nazi. Come on up. Thank you for being patient. Appreciate that.
My name is Angel Ramirez. Mi nombre es Ángel Ramirez. I am from Mexican indigenous descent, and my parents came here 20 years ago to find a better future for themselves. They came here escaping the violence that took out their parents, that took out their ancestors, everything. And they came here for a better future for us, not for them, because they kind of already lacked a future coming into this country. And, you know, I'm really happy that you guys have passed this, but we need more. We need sanctuary schools for my classmates who can't speak up for themselves, for my loved ones who just can't do anything because their title is a criminal for coming from escaping from their dangerous countries for a better future. You know, it's hard to put yourself into their shoes when everything that's in the media is like, it's making you think of them as criminals, as beasts, as something less than human. But they're not. They're compassionate. They're amazing people. We need sanctuary schools. They need to be protected because they are our generation is going to be leading on, and we just need this. It's for our future. It's for your future. It's for the future of your children and your grandchildren. This is going to impact us all, so we should start off the right foot and go with sanctuary schools.
Thank you. Thank you for using your hands. Come on up. Hello again.
Hello again. My name is Linda Evans, and I'm partly here to represent our local, very small chapter of Women's International League for Peace and Freedom. We chose to be supporters of sanctuary and immigrants now as our main focus of any efforts that we're doing. Just under the threats of the current administration, we felt like we could think national and act local in our actions. And so I appreciate many of the previous comments and don't want to repeat those, but I support excuse me, all but a couple of people in their comments. I do want to say that I have a niece and who lives outside of Boulder, Colorado, and she and her husband, before they moved there, lived in Brooklyn, and her husband has been a teacher of international students. He moved to Boulder to pursue a PhD in education, which he's received, and now he's continuing to work with international students. The school that he's working with now is in Aurora, Colorado, which was named as one of the terrible places by the now president, filled with criminals, which is totally untrue. But it's left the community really scared, and students are staying home because ICE is lurking in the park right by I'm sorry, it brings me to tears, right by the school. They're afraid to go to school. So as important as it is for the city of Eureka to acknowledge through a resolution, I think further work to outreach to other providers of service in this community, medical providers, schools, social workers, and any other places that provide services that the public comes into contact with, that you partner with those as well in supporting the immigrant community. They enrich our lives in so many ways, and we're blessed to have them as part of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
Good evening. On an evening when we could all be watching television and listening to other speakers, I'm very happy to be in this group. Thankfully, with a majority of this group, I think, in supporting sanctuary status for the city of Eureka. I happen to have a copy of the county ordinance in here. December 21st, 2018, it was enacted. I think that the city of Eureka will be a better place if it enacts this resolution. And I am so proud to be a part of this group tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello. Buenas noches, good evening. My name is Laura Muñoz. I am an immigrant. I am so thankful for this microphone and for all the beautiful words that we've heard tonight, full of strength and love and compassion and full of hope. I only want to say that I urge you, city of Eureka, to pass this resolution to make the city sanctuary city. Gracias, buenas noches.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello. My name is Philip, and I am also an immigrant. I want to use my time and my space to uplift the voices of women from the past. Revolution is the harmony of form, color, and everything that exists and moves under only one law, life. Nobody is separate from anybody else. Nobody fights for themselves. Everything is all in one. Anguish and pain, pleasure and death are no more than a process of existence. The revolutionary struggle in this process is a doorway open to intelligence. Frida Kahlo.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello, thank you. My name is Sarah. I'm also, I live here.
Push that up if you feel more comfortable.
Yeah. I live in Eureka, and I am joining the voices asking for council to approve the Sanctuary City Resolution. I love and value my immigrant neighbors. They are who make my neighborhood a safe and kind place to live. And I ask my city to please stand up for my beloved neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in chambers who'd like to comment on this item? Come on up.
Hello. Thank you all for, being here and giving us some time. I'm not going to take up too much time because I am basically going to just echo most of the group, which is, to me, having Eureka be a sanctuary city is about human decency, because our immigrant neighbors are already a part of the fabric of this community. And it's not just, as someone said before, it's not just like what they contribute financially. It's just a part of our entire city. And I just think it's very important that we take this step, even if it's not, obviously going to make everybody safe in every space. It's something that I just think we need to kind of get behind, like Arcata and the county, and I'm here to support it 100%. Thank you. My name's Aubrey. Okay.
Hi, Aubrey. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Okay. Hello.
Hello. I just also want to support the resolution to make a sanctuary city. I feel like it's the bare minimum. And I also feel like for the people who are, who have had difficult stories that were shared and are not in support of a sanctuary city, I just want to extend the invitation for them to imagine that we get to build a better world for now and for the future. And we don't have to continue to do things the way they've been done. And that is the only hope that I can have at this point, is that we can make things better. We don't have to keep doing things the bad way. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So we're going to carry over to Zoom now. Shannon, would you like to call those out for me?
Brendan?
Yeah, thank you for the time. Brendan Keeleen, I'm stoked to see so much support for this. I also support the resolution. And when it comes to threats from the federal government, from the president against municipalities that adopt these resolutions, no bully was ever stopped because people heeded their threats.
Right.
And one day the story of these times is going to be told, and someone's going to tell the kids of the future who stood and who cowered and who complied. I don't believe that a junta like this can exist for long. They will fall, and their apologists and collaborators will face justice. Please pass this ordinance and stand up to the bullies. Thank you.
Thank you, Brendan.
Leah?
Hi. My name's Leah Thompson, and I've been in Humboldt County for almost 30 years and a Eureka resident for close to 20 years. Given the current political climate and the hateful othering rhetoric and policies coming from the U.S. government, Eureka's adoption of a sanctuary city resolution is extremely important for our community to feel safe in these uncertain times. Eureka becoming a sanctuary city, it creates trust within our community for all community members. I want the city I'm raising my child in to feel safe and be inclusive for all the differences that make humanity so beautiful. Please consider allowing Eureka to set it right and to set a right and just example for other cities to follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Leah.
Rachel?
Hello.
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 Go ahead.
Welcome.
Hey there. I've been living and working in Humboldt County for the last 6 years, and between here and the Bay Area for 7 years before that. While living here, a good number of regulars coming through my workplace have shared that they're passing through from another country. A good number of others have not said so outright, but have implied it. A good number of people living in our community, our neighbors, have shared that they're here on expired visas from Asian nations, European nations, and Southern and Central American nations. The so-called American dream sold to nations around the world is that they can come here with quote-unquote a little bit of work, can find a safe and sustainable life for themselves and for their families. Humboldt County might not be as diverse as some of the other counties around California, but every day I've seen a little bit of that melting pot. I truly believe that one of our strengths as one of the mandatory stops along Interstate 101, I truly believe that standing up for our neighbors, regardless of their background, only strengthens our county's self-esteem. And I truly believe that the voices against this resolution, loud as they may be, are in the far minority. I know that I, as an employee of the county, will do everything in my power to refuse and resist ICE activity in our county, whether this resolution passes or not. So please help me, please help our neighbors, and please stand for human dignity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Layla?
Thank you. I really appreciate that we have extended our time and are willing to really see this conversation through. My name is Layla Roberts. I've been a Humboldt resident for 10 years. And I am someone who has loved and supported Centro del Pueblo since before it was founded, for so many reasons. And I'm here to urge City Council to declare Eureka a sanctuary city. There are many reasons that we could proceed, but I thought of a couple. One is it is not our business at the city level to help federal bullies access, harass, and kidnap our neighbors. Neighbors who are only trying to navigate our Kafkaesque nightmare of an immigration system. And I say that as somebody with direct experience. I'm the child and grandchild of immigrants from the UK and from North Africa. I am a citizen only because of pure luck, through a random subparagraph in our birthright citizenship rules. I know that some of my family had time and connections and thousands of dollars to get their permanent residency easily and smoothly, and some came undocumented. Some are still undocumented. They were fleeing danger. They were fleeing dispossession at home. They lived in fear. They lived in the shadows, and some still do, for decades, while our family mobilizes around them to make sure that they're safe and protected and supported through their legal process while they're just trying to live. And I think that we can be that family here in Eureka. Two, we've all heard the language used by opponents to this proposed resolution. I lost count of how many times the word criminal was used in chambers. I caught filthy, too. I think that these opponents did a good job of reinforcing the value and the benefit of this resolution. I think that families with undocumented members in our region deserve to hear, loud and clear, that our region's largest city, our county seat, will not stand for abuse and dehumanization of this kind. I can say without reservation that I love Eureka. Don't just like it, I love it. And that's from someone who's lived in, I think, between 10 and 15 towns and cities around the world. I will be so proud of us when City Council passes this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you.
I pronounce Gobe.
Oh, it's Fib.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that as immigrants, we are targeted by multiple groups on a daily basis simply for existing and for wanting to exist in this specific place at this specific time. Immigrants are often targeted by white supremacist groups, targeted by the police, naturally targeted by ICE too, and just targeted by all these different actors and different forces. We don't need to be targeted by our schools. We don't need to be further targeted by the police. They already do enough. We don't need to be further targeted while going shopping. We don't need to be further targeted while trying to participate in civic engagement and coming to a city council meeting. We don't need that. We already have enough targeting on a daily basis. We don't need any more. And a sanctuary city law would basically ensure that the police doesn't collaborate with ICE, that Eureka schools, literally elementary schools, kindergartens, K to 12 schools, universities, whatever it is, community colleges, they don't collaborate with ICE. Because please, we just need one space where we can feel safe. Because we're just trying to exist. So yeah, that's all I wanted to say. Obviously, I support this law.
Thank you.
Sarah?
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to echo all the support that's been spoken tonight for this sanctuary city, making Eureka a sanctuary city. And I also just wanted to say, no person is illegal on stolen land. I just want to voice that into this space, because the land that we are all living on is stolen. And so, if we want to look at it like that, we're all illegal then. But beyond that, I just want to say that making schools, hospitals, and just our everyday spaces safe places for everyone in our community is of utmost importance. As someone else said before, immigrants are already interwoven into the fabric of our community, and bring so much vibrance and so much value to our lives. And so supporting them by just the bare minimum of allowing them to be safe in this space is something that I stand behind 100%. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Gigi?
Hi, good evening. Also wanting to echo my support for the adoption of a sanctuary city status. I think just one thing I want to speak on, because there have been so many speakers already, is that we would be remiss if we did not acknowledge that the US's direct involvement in destabilization of these countries, that immigrants are then having to seek refuge here because this is the place that is more stable because we are the ones doing the destabilizing, right? We owe these people, we owe them dignity and human rights. We have already stripped their communities. We've poisoned their water. We've mined their minerals. We've backed military coups. We've really, we've created a lot of the problems in the places that people are seeking safety here from. And so I really believe that as Americans, we should be holding to our American values of, immigrants are what literally created this country, right? So if we hold true to those values, we should be making a safe place for immigrants. And we also need to acknowledge the disproportionate racism that's happening in the enforcement of these current immigration laws, that they're absolutely directly targeting Black and brown immigrants, while European immigrants who are absolutely here illegally as well are not feeling the same sense of insecurity because they're not being targeted visually, or they don't stand out in the same way, right? This is a racist policy, and we should be standing against it, and we should be creating sanctuary for our neighbors, for our community members, for our loved ones. We owe them that. Thank you.
Thank you, Gigi.
Nina? Nina, you have your hand raised.
I'm so sorry. I was waiting to be allowed to unmute myself. And thank you for extending the meeting for all of these comments. I am a parent, a social worker, a teacher, and a therapist in our community. And like several folks who spoke before me, I'm also the descendant of immigrants and Holocaust survivors, and a member of SURGE, like several other folks who spoke before me. I work with undocumented people. I work with folks who have undocumented friends, loved ones, family members. And I want to speak to the incredible stress that people are shouldering in these times, and really advocate deeply for Eureka to be a sanctuary city, not only because it is the humane thing to do, but also because I know it has a real impact on the mental health of individuals, families, children, the community as a whole. I think we've heard that so profoundly tonight. And if we can view mental health as being just as important, and in fact, really, impossible to disconnect from physical health. And I heard you all are doing something in May for Mental Health Awareness Month, which is wonderful, right? I hear the awareness of the importance of mental health. If we can link that to this issue, I think we can understand that this is not only hugely important to individual dignity and worth and well-being, and community dignity and worth, well-being, but also a real step we can take toward public health. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nina.
Ellen?
Hi, thank you. I appreciate having the opportunity to speak on this. I am a resident of Eureka, and I'd be very proud if we were to declare ourselves a sanctuary city, so I support the resolution. I also want to point out a couple of things. First of all, you know, things that we say on paper are only as good as the way that we enforce them. So I hope to hear from the City Council enthusiastic support for this declaration of a sanctuary city. I'm glad to hear so much of the public in support of it. I also want to point out that this resolution is important regardless of who the president is. It was the first hit on a very quick internet search from CNN.com that Biden carried out the highest level of deportations in 2024. So it's not just about a certain bad guy in office. This is what America does. I also want to uplift the fact that immigrants that are being targeted right now include Muslim and Arab immigrants, especially Palestinian immigrants who have been vocal in speaking out for us to just witness their humanity. So please remember everyone that you're speaking about when you are considering this declaration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen.
Guy?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Jinx.
Happy Ramadan, Ramadan Mubarak. I just want to say I greatly support this measure. Jurujiji needs to be a sanctuary city because no one is illegal on stolen land. No one should be deported by a governing body that enforces laws passed on stolen land. In Islam, there is the concept of a spiritual ummah, people whose struggles are intertwined with your struggles, whose goals align with your goals, who spiritually are part of your family and should be treated as such. That begs the question, who do you consider to be part of your ummah? And who do you consider to be your people, the people of Eureka or Jurujiji? The rich?
So we don't answer questions during public comment. Guy, were you finished or did you want to carry on?
I think he cut out.
Oh, okay.
Guy, are you still there? We can come back.
Okay.
Kate? Kate, you have your hand raised. Sandra?
I'm sorry, my phone
there.
wouldn't allow me to unmute.
Okay. Go ahead. Oh. Kate, you can unmute.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry about that. I was saying I've been a Humboldt County resident for 15 years. I'm an artist, activist, ecological restorationist. I'm a child of an immigrant father, a refugee from the Cambodian genocide, and I'm the child of an immigrant mother, a refugee of a multitude of abuses and conflict from El Salvador. Living in a predominantly white community can feel unsafe as a brown-bodied individual, and enacting a sanctuary city resolution such as this absolutely fosters safety and trust for community members calling Eureka home. It may not end marginalization or hate crimes against people of color, but it will most certainly help and build a foundation of safety for immigrants. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate.
Sandra?
Okay, yeah. Thank you for the opportunity. And I just want to say I am so proud and grateful to the city of Eureka for this resolution to approve the declaration of Eureka as a sanctuary city, because it does something that is so powerful. It takes our foundational values that either or a beacon of light that bring people here, or we grew up with them. Whatever. But the point being, point I was trying to make before is, it's one thing to espouse lofty ideals. We all do it all day, but to put them into action and to do it with the courage that this resolution represents, it is so beautiful. And also within the resolution, it's worth, if anybody didn't get a chance to read it, it's reading, because they don't only talk about, the fact it costs money if you are going to become involved in rounding up people, but also that it does not improve public safety. And as a matter of fact, to kind of make that point, found that there's California Police Chiefs Association statement on immigration enforcement makes a point. They're not here to round people up. It makes us unsafe when people don't trust that they can call in law enforcement when they're under attack or risk. But the other part of it is, and I'm afraid I'm going to run out of time, in this great document, it talks about the Eureka Council opposes deportations basically solely on immigration status, and calls upon the federal government to promptly legislate a path to citizenship for undocumented immigrants, to refrain from deportations of immigrants who have not been convicted of felony endangering the community. And so what I think is the power of the statements made here, that maybe together we can come up and work together to start with other cities, to strengthen the movement, to have a legal pathway to citizenship. My sense is that when all of our families, most of not all, most of our families come from immigrant background, and we have the stories, and I know they're inside of me. I live them every day because they live with me. It empowers people to come here and have a chance for a new life and for opportunity. It's like an elixir, and it turns people into contributing level, and it's an energy that we need, thrive on, and it enriches our lives. That I don't know that people do it, but it seems that there's some energy that maybe we could become that transform in, because I think we all know that bottom up is what works best. But anyway, I'm so proud of it. And I think the point I kind of didn't make very clearly before, it's one thing to espouse our beliefs, another thing to put them into action. And I feel that this sanctuary resolution does so. Thank all of you. I mean, it could be that you're not going to pass it, but I have confidence that you will. And I think that we're all lifted up when we rise to
Thank you,
this kind of
Sandra. Your 3 minutes are up. Thanks for being here.
Joy.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. I am grateful to all my community members who spoke tonight and would like to join them in support of designating Eureka, known as Jarugigi before settler, colonizer, immigrants arrived, as a sanctuary city. This is the bare minimum we can do to protect and support our neighbors and loved ones. ICE is not welcome here. Thank you.
Thank you, Joy.
Guy, you had 1 more minute left.
Yeah, thank you very much. Sorry about the technical difficulties. I just want to preface this by saying all these questions are rhetorical and are more for thinking about. But yeah, I was saying about the spiritual of people whose lives are like intertwined and whose fights are intertwined with ours. And posing the rhetorical question of who do you consider to be your and your spiritual family? Who do you consider to be your people and the people of Jarugigi? The rich, the business interests, the corporation, or the state? Or the indigenous people, the people who have immigrated here, the people who live here, our neighbors, and make this place run, who built this place? As a settler on stolen land, do you choose to continue to participate voluntarily in a system that is rapidly degrading, falling on our heads, and was never just or fair or ethical or kind? Do you want to comply with the state, or do you want to protect people's lives, people's families, people's loved ones? Jarugigi should be a sanctuary city. Please pass this measure. And Ramadan Mubarak.
Bacter.
Thank you, Guy.
Good evening, City Council. I wanted to second the support that we've heard today for the Sanctuary City status. And I wanted to speak a little bit about my family history. My grandfather first migrated to the United States through the Bracero program when the United States was recruiting agricultural workers from Mexico to sort of fill in the roles that were lacking while American farmers were killing people overseas. And through that entryway, the Bracero folks were sprayed by DDT pesticides. My grandfather was diagnosed with prostate cancer about a year ago, and only a couple of weeks ago, he is now cancer free. And I cannot stop but think that this country and the chemicals that sprayed him as he entered or crossed this border for the first time are what could have killed him. Secondly, I want to speak on the coups that the United States and Israel have committed in international countries and other places, including Guatemala. After the United States stopped supporting the coup of the Guatemalan government and stopped sending weaponry, Israel took over, and the Zionist, the two Zionist occupying nations of the U.S. and Israel committed the Mayan genocide in Guatemala. And my dad lost his dad when he was around 11 or 12 years old in 1981. And so he had to migrate here as through a worker visa, which he outstayed, and then had to be deported when I was around 10 years old. And so I also want to speak that the migrants that come here face a lot of xenophobia and racism. So I think it's really important that on top of seeking sanctuary status, that we collaborate with places like Centro del Pueblo and pro-Palestinian organizations, our indigenous tribal nations, so that we can learn and unlearn, so we can make the city of Eureka an actual safe space. And the sanctuary city is the bare minimum. I also encourage all of you to to learn about.
Thank you, Doctor. Your time is up, but we appreciate your 3 minutes. Thanks for being
here. We had
here.
one that couldn't raise their hand. Krista? Krista, are you still there? They're on the bottom row for me. It's Krista Bornham. Yes, I can. If I can find them now.
Thank you. Sorry I'm having technical difficulties. I swear I'm a millennial. I just wanted to say that I support so much of what was said tonight, and I'm proud to have you all as my neighbors. I also wanted to add another perspective that ICE poses a universal threat. It doesn't matter your documentation status. From 2015 to 2020, over 70 U.S. citizens were deported by ICE. U.S. citizens have been detained by ICE for extended periods of time, including Davina Watson, who was imprisoned for over 1,200 days. There were at least 67 deaths in ICE detention centers between 2017 and 2023. So this impacts all of us, and I hope that Eureka will become a sanctuary city to demonstrate that we cannot be intimidated into abandoning our neighbors. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Krista. Shannon, do you see any more names?
I see no one else.
Okay, so we're going to close the public comment. We're going to bring it back to council for questions. So we got Fernandez, Moulton, and then Castellano. We'll just go down the line.
Okay. Well, one of two things. First, I move that we extend time until 11:30.
No.
No. Oh, we're going to be done in 10 minutes?
11:30 is a full hour.
Okay, 11.
I second.
They didn't like it either.
Yeah.
I think, well, I seconded. I don't know if someone else did.
Okay, so please vote.
I'm sorry. Are we voting on 11 or 11:30?
11.
Thank you.
5 yes votes, motion carries.
Okay.
And I'd like
Second
to bring
part.
it back to.
Thank
So
you.
Did you have a comment?
Yeah, now
or
I
you
do.
just wanted to extend the meeting?
Well, I mean, I'd love to be friends here all night, but
Carry
okay. A lot of feelings and thoughts on this. I want to thank the people who stayed around to watch and hear the council discuss the resolution rather than sulking off in cowardice after spewing their inhumane demagoguery. And then I want to thank the commenter that brought up the wrongs from California that was committed back in the 1930s. So when I hear that there's no risk of deportation for law-abiding undocumented persons or their families or anyone that's here with a legal status, it's a fabrication, knowing that folks just less than 100 years ago were repatriated back to Mexico, whether they belong there or not. And it's also something that we need to take into account that just a little, probably about 31 years ago, we had Prop 187 that was passed in California in 94, attempting to deny services and attempting to convert public workers into de facto immigration agents at that time. And even at that time, the California Legislative Analyst's Office estimated that the cost of the program to try and repatriate, deny these services, and have public workers act as immigration agents would be greater than any fiscal benefit that would come from this ballot measure. So if anything, this resolution, this particular path compels the federal government to better invest in immigration services and do right by those that we've caused harm to in other countries. I also want to say that another commenter stated that undocumented immigrants pay into our systems, which they actually and factually do. These are people who willingly work and contribute without reaping much, if any, benefits other than the hopeful feelings that they have of safety and community. And so I move that we adopt Resolution 2025. There's no other number after it. Yeah.
Okay, and we have a second from Councilmember Moulton. And we will have conversation now. Councilmember Moulton?
I have
Or
a comment.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Fernandez, for making that resolution or that motion. I just want to say I love it when people accuse us or me of virtue signaling as though displaying your ideals and your principles is somehow a bad thing. So the virtues that I would like to signal right now are compassion and humanity. I would like to communicate to all the members of our community that they are valued, that they deserve equal access to opportunity and equal protection under the law. I'm grateful that you are here. I'm grateful that we're here with you. I'm grateful that my human family is so big and diverse. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Castellano?
Yeah, thank you. I look forward to passing this resolution. And I've been proud to live in a sanctuary county since 2018, and I want to thank all of the leaders who brought that forward during that period of time. And I want to apologize for not bringing this forward until now. And so I am looking forward to Eureka also being a sanctuary city, and just to say that immigrants are, as other commenters noted, are my neighbors and also friends, colleagues, people I look to for leadership and guidance in the community. And, we will weather the storm together. And, any potential cost of, threatened loss of revenue to the city of Eureka is much less significant than the potential cost of harm to people who are immigrants and call this place home. And thank you everyone for being here. And I would like to encourage our city manager to collaborate with rapid response networks in our community to verify ICE activity and combat misinformation, and to I don't necessarily think it's appropriate for the city to provide immigrant rights trainings, because I think there's other folks who are doing that and doing it better. So I just like for us to amplify those efforts, and to work with community members to, address mental health impacts of hate speech and anti-immigrant policies. I know that our police have done a lot of work against racial profiling, and so I do think that, and I want to applaud our chief for the work he's done in leadership in the department. And, I look forward to continuing to build relationships that are meaningful and building trust because, as many public commenters noted, the city does not have a stellar reputation, and trust takes a long time to build and is part of people engaging meaningfully in communities. And so, I look forward to continuing to be part of, hopefully, a long conversation of continued actions towards building trust.
Thank you. Councilmember Contreras-Deloche? I just called on you. Please go.
All right. Well, it's not a short thought, so you sure? It's your last chance. Going once. I have a lot of thoughts and feelings and opinions about this. I also I've considered, that some people have said this was virtue signaling, and people that I respect, and I don't think that it is. I think that this is virtue and values affirming, and I think there's a time and place for that. I think when you're in any kind of leadership position, sometimes it's important for you to affirm what your positions are on things. And I do appreciate one speaker pointed out that this isn't new. And I am going to talk a little bit just briefly about my family. My family is from Magdalena, Sonora, Mexico, one side of my family. And I can only describe it as repatriating whiplash, the way that that's gone. My family, that side of my family has been here since long before it was ever called America, Mexico, or anything else. But did come back into the United States, so to speak, in the early 1900s, only to be repatriated, forcibly removed, and in 1932, only to be allowed back in during the Bracero program that was between 1942 and 1964 because the United States had a need, and so they were welcome again. And back and forth it's gone. And Councilmember Fernandez has pointed out a number of things that have happened during, since that time. So this has been an ongoing thing. And so I think it's fair for all of us to have concerns about how immigration policy changes based on the values and based on the elected leaders of those times, and how much upheaval and how that can affect people's lives. And this is, my family members that are indigenous to this continent. This is their home. Excuse me. I'm not going to get emotional. One side of my family is part of the Pasquayaqui tribe. And they are literally not from the United States. They're from an area in Mexico. But a senator in the United States advocated for them to have land in Arizona, so that they could escape the persecution they were facing. It's remarkable to me that that was ever done, but it was. And in 1978, they also became a federally recognized tribe. And I think we have this very long and complicated history with immigration. I'm alarmed by some things that are unique. And one of those things is that recently they talked about how they no longer want churches, schools, or hospitals to be places where people can reasonably expect to be safe. And that was something that I think that each time we see this, whiplash, for lack of a better way to put it, we see changes and twists on what I would say is cruel. If you don't feel like, gosh darn it, I do not like being emotional. If you don't feel like you can be safe at church, if you can't be safe in a hospital, if children can't be safe in school, this is ridiculous. I'm an old lady now. I'm almost 50. But when I was 23 years old, I was elected and served out in Utah. And I remember, I represented a little tiny cluster, kind of like I do now, in a downtown area that was very, it was where the bulk of immigrants were at, and low income and Spanish speakers. And there was a raid that was conducted. There was no warning. Nobody knew anything about it. And of course, this was 2002 or 2003. I'm trying to recall. But anyway, and once I heard what had happened, I immediately went to the homes of some of my neighbors to find out. I was worried. And when I got there, hesitantly opened the door, and, there's a room full of faces looking warily, right? Because some of them knew me, but others had no idea who I was. And it was a terrible day. And they had gone to a factory and just rounded people up. And it stuck with me. It happened, about 21, 22 years ago, but it's just stuck with me. It's something that I'm never going to forget, is that there were children on porches sitting, waiting for parents that didn't show up. And there were children at school who were waiting, who didn't get picked up. I don't ever want to contribute in any way, shape, or form to something like that happening to anybody in our community. And I had a conversation with one of our community members who they'd spoke earlier tonight, and they, shared some of their really eloquent thoughts about, Greek philosophy and Roman philosophy and all these different, these ideas of a stranger. And, and any of you who've met me know that I always have a cross somewhere on me. I am a Christian, and I have thought a lot about some of the things that have been said, and how much it doesn't line up with the beliefs and values. And I tend not to talk about this because even though I am religious, I am also a adamant supporter and subscriber to a separation between church and state, out of respect for everybody else who does not view things the way that I do. But everywhere in that book is about us loving strangers, taking in strangers, and supporting others. Even the concept of tithing was about being able to support strangers and foreigners. So these are my thoughts about it. I'm glad we're doing this. It doesn't change anything technically, right? These are already our laws. These are our state laws. These are already, I think our chief of police said this well. This doesn't change how they're going to be working with everybody. This was already what they were doing. But I think it is important at this time to go ahead and affirm that that is the values that we are moving forward with.
Councilmember Bauer.
That's hard to follow. Beautiful thoughts like that. I won't take too long. I'll just say that what an amazing grift it is being played on us to convince us that immigrants are the problem. That's why people are poor. That's why, poverty exists. It's just amazing that we keep getting played, right? Over and over again throughout human history. And it makes me angry. It makes my heart beat hard. And I'll just say this, there's a little statue in a little harbor, and etched in bronze, it says, "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to be free." That's on a Statue of Liberty. And what happened to those values? I'm frankly aghast. Like, it's right there. And it's been welcoming people to our country for 100 plus, 150 years or whatever. And that's the value that we're talking about here, right? We believe that. And I think about people who say you should do it legally. And I want to say to them, what would you do what would I do for my family to make them safe, to provide for them, to give them hope, give them a better life? What would you do? It's a simple question. You know what you would do. You do whatever it takes. So, I agree with everything that's been said, and I look forward to passing this thing right now. Thank you.
So I just like to make a couple comments. Usually I don't, but first of all, I want to appreciate everybody that commented tonight and your courage for being here. It was very meaningful, and it's nice to hear so many people aligned in working together for a healthy community and for safety and for this opportunity for connection, because that's what a healthy community is. A healthy community, we lift each other up. We don't rip each other apart. And like I said, I am going to keep this brief, but I do want to just mention that, doing the right thing can be very difficult, but it's rarely wrong. Rarely wrong. And there is nobody that's illegal. Some lines on some maps, but nobody's illegal. And lastly, what I want to say is that I told some people, but a couple of weeks ago, I had a kid come up to me, and he was very upset. And he said, "Miss Kim," he said, he said, "You're the mayor, right?" And I said, "Yeah." And he said, "What are you going to do about people getting deported?" He said, "My parents won't leave the house." And I felt, so upset about that, because what can I do? Not a heck of a lot. But tonight I'm proud and honored to be here with all of you and to be able to go to school tomorrow and say, hey, guess what? This is what our council, this is what our community came together to make happen. And it makes me so thankful and grateful to live in a place where we have this kind of love and connection for each other. And we value each other, most of us. So with that, we have a motion.
Mayor?
Yes?
Could I have the motion clarified to say just not Resolution 25, but declaring the city of Eureka a sanctuary city?
Hernandez?
I'm amenable to that.
Okay. Can you say it?
Thank you.
Will you say it?
Yeah, can you repeat it for me?
A resolution, adopt a resolution declaring the city of Eureka.
I can read the whole thing then.
Okay,
if that's the case.
very good.
Move to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Eureka approving the declaration of Eureka as a sanctuary city that safeguards the civil rights, safety, and dignity of all Eureka residents.
Second again.
Yeah.
Please vote.
Does that mean we get to make more comment?
No.
5 yes votes, motion carries.
Okay, remember, no clapping. It is 10:40. I get that it's late, so. All right. Again, we appreciate all of you who came tonight to comment on this item, and congratulations.
You're welcome to stay and talk more about sewers.
Okay. So now we do still have, excuse me, Councilmember Fernandez, we still do speak for Gal, some business to talk about. We are going to move on to our mid-year budget review with Director Millar.
You can pull out your best auctioneer voice. And just
Okay. So Director Millar, you can start.
Good evening.
We've got, short amount of time.
This exciting presentation has to do with the 24-25 budget. It'll be concise, and really it can be concise because what you'll see or what you see in that agenda item represents, what I would call subtle changes to the budget. It doesn't really change the direction we're headed. I didn't get any large department requests. We're doing just a few adjustments, so I'm going to go as quickly as I can. But I'll try to touch on the most important points. So we're going to talk about salaries and benefits, department requests, CAPE and CARE funding, and then general fund revenues.
So beginning with salaries and benefits, when we're looking at the citywide budget or citywide total down below, back in, let's say, May of 24, we estimated the payroll to be about 35.3 million. The new forecast, or the forecast that we created recently, is estimating this budget to be about 34.5 million. So what we're anticipating is a reduction of about 2%, and that would translate to about $755,000 of salary savings. Of course, that's not consistent with all funds. So the wastewater fund is showing a big chunk of that savings, about 129,000, but the water fund is projected to go slightly over by about 1.5%. And then the general fund is expected to save about less than 1%, or 142,000, which is good news, kinda. But compared to the 2 previous fiscal years, the general fund had about $500,000 in salary savings. So you can tell that even though we're showing savings, it's not as substantial, and that's for good reason. Because of the MOUs, our salary schedule is much more competitive. We've filled a lot of vacancies. The effect of filling vacancies is less savings. The other side of that story is that sometimes these savings can be good. They help us do one-time or make one-time payments for unexpected expenses. They can help build reserves, and they can also offset reductions on the revenue side. So just something to pay attention to in the future. When it comes to position changes, we have about 3.7 to 2.7 in FTEs being added. What I'm showing right here is the net cost, not what you would see in the budget line item, but what is actually being added to the budget. For example, the IT specialist RPT position, the net cost is 0 because IT is transferring monies from their temp salaries line to fund this new position. So it nets out to 0 added costs. What else? New pays. So we're introducing some certificate pays at 2 and 4% for certain positions that work out in the fields, as well as bilingual pay. Of course, this is just for a portion of the fiscal year, and honestly, it's probably overestimated, and also it's really just a rounding error at that amount. Department requests by fund. So the departments control, or they have discretion over about $35 million of the budget. And here they're asking for about 165,000 more, which again, 165,000 is a lot of money, but relative to a $35 million budget, it's not that big of a deal. So Cape and Care. So what we're recommending tonight is that we take Cape and Care out of the general fund and we put them into separate funds. These are unique divisions because so much of what they do is funded by outside sources, and sometimes that means multiple outside sources. So to keep better track of how the money is coming in and being used, I'm proposing that we separate this out because it will help both finance and the people responsible for those budgets to kind of balance both the reimbursement or the grant side with what they're spending currently. In addition, I would like to allocate some of the opioid settlement funds to fill the gap in the current fiscal year. These opioid monies started coming in the beginning of 2022. I'm going to skip ahead for a minute. So to date, we've received about 1.2 million in this funding, and we have not put a penny to use. So I think this is a great opportunity because it's an approved use. That highlight shows that we can use it for Cape and Care. So this is kind of the last, or The good thing about this is that I can take the pressure off the general fund, because when we adopted the budget, the net expenditures for Cape and Care were about $829,000. That said, we were anticipating going out for additional funding sources. Due to some budget reductions, right now the gap is about $477,000. So we're proposing using part of that $1.2 million to essentially relieve the general fund and close the gap for the Cape and Care programs. The remaining reimbursements come from outside sources. And then finally, general fund revenues. I'm going to start with revenues versus expenditures. So looking at the bottom line, there has been improvement. We started the fiscal year with a deficit of about 1.1 million. That's improved by about $300,000. So right now we're anticipating a deficit of about 827,000. We will explore this in more detail when we start the 25-26 budget process. One of the bigger drivers So looking at revenues, we have a lot of different stories. Essentially, the bottom line is they've degraded. We're expecting less revenue, not in all cases. The zoo and property tax, we actually expect more, but our biggest revenue stream is sales tax. And we don't have any control over sales tax, but unfortunately, the most recent HDL projection shows a downgrade of about $500,000. That was not anticipated, and I'm actually surprised that it keeps going in this direction, because I thought by now we would have turned the corner a bit, but since fiscal year 21-22, we've actually seen our sales tax revenues go down by over 1.1 million. This isn't just City of Eureka. This is the county. This is City of Arcata, City of Fortuna. This is an important indicator for how the local economy is doing. I mean, it's a big deal for us because it's our biggest funding source, but this is telling us that economic activity out there is constantly contracting, and hopefully it doesn't continue that way, but there could be economic headwinds coming our way, so this is something to really pay attention to. This also tells us that economic development in the county is as important today as it's ever been, so I just want to point this out. Every agency around here is feeling this pain, but I rarely hear of people connecting that to what is that telling us in the local economy. So we're going to be okay financially in the long run. This makes it a lot harder. When I lose salary savings, that just makes it so that we have to be very conscious and conscientious of every penny we spend. We've been very lucky. We've added, again, our salary schedule is much more competitive. Our reserves are better than they've ever been. So there's a lot of good that we've achieved. But going forward, our decisions around the budget need to be, we need to sharpen our pencil a little bit more. So I'd be happy to answer any questions about what I presented or what was in the agenda item.
So do we have any questions for Dr. Millar? Councilmember Bauer?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Millar's good presentation. I'm just curious, when it comes to the opioid settlement, what's the recurring? Are we getting money for a while? I forget, honestly.
So, and I will need help from our former or soon to be former city attorney. He was the one who actually participated in the lawsuit. He has a lot of that data, but we expect these monies to come in over the next decade, if not longer. This is, I believe we've only received less than 10% of what we should expect. So I really want to prioritize it just above the general fund. We do have a timeline when those monies need to be spent. So I think by using it, at least for now, as like a backup plan, I think that's a good strategy. And then when we have more clarity about how much money we should see in the future, as well as the current legal situations, we'll have a better handle on how to really stretch those dollars. I would also like to add that Cape and Care are very successful at acquiring outside dollars, and I think Care at this point has a lot of upside potential, and we should see that as soon as the 25-26 budget.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Councilmember Contreras-Deloche.
Well, first, thank you for thank you for going over this with us. I also appreciated you making time to talk with me last week so that we could kind of talk about stuff in like greater detail. You gonna be okay telling us that we can't afford things, because that's where we're headed?
I practice that every day.
All right. I mean, I feel like I'm like a broken record. I know you guys know that I've been talking about this for like since being elected, that I feel that Humboldt County and Eureka entered a recession early. I think the rest of the country is rolling into it, but I think we hit it early, and I think it's going to keep on going. So I think we just have to be really ready for it. And we're probably going to have to prioritize what we're going to say no to or how we're going to fund things. So I hope you're going to feel super bold being like, bad idea. Because that's going to be hard when it's something that's really important, because everything's really important. So I guess that was more of a speech than a thing, but.
Thank you. So if there are no further comments, we'll open this item up to public comment. Is there anyone in the chambers that would like to comment on this item? Seeing no one, do you see anybody on Zoom, Shannon?
Phone number ending in 288.
Hello.
Good evening again. Ken Swatsky. Finance is what I do. I specialize in that. The trend in Humboldt County with the demise of weed is not good. Nothing seems to be slipping back into your future as far as financial. So I'd say buckle down, say what you can, use what you have as prudently as you can. For those of us who look at long-term things such as offshore wind, probably not happening. Nordic Aqua Farm doesn't seem to be moving forward at this time. So we're kind of, Humboldt State, Cal Poly Humboldt seems to be having major problems as far as its funding goes. They're going to be clamping down. So times aren't good here, and I appreciate you squirreling away whatever you can at this time to save for the future. I hate to have to say it, but the short-sightedness, not of your group, but of our long-term supervisors, have not developed the business things, long-term business, and they put all their time and money into weed. And we see where that's gotten us. So that's unfortunate. I think one of the biggest assets we have here will always be our environment, our beauty, and nature, and our tourist trade. I look forward to hopefully you folks benefiting from that as best you can. I'm moving most of my eggs down to Sonora, Mexico, because things are booming down there, the opposite of what's happening here, as they take over a good share of the food that's produced. The economic drivers are down there. And I can understand your city manager putting his hand in his head, because this is not a good long-term rosy prospect for Humboldt County. So thank you for your long meeting. It's been a long one for you. I stayed out of your sanctuary city thing. I thought you guys would do what you want to do there, and more power to you. But things are not rosy. They're not rosy in the United States, and things are not getting better. So just thought I did doom and gloom. Hate to have to do this. I did this to the supervisors probably 10 years ago. I said, save your money, and now they're going basically belly and bankrupt because they don't want to listen. So hopefully you guys will do well and weather what the big storm that's about to come to us here because of all the trends we have in the United States and the world. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for still being up with us, Kent. We appreciate that. Is there anybody else on Zoom?
Okay. Sandra?
Well, just watching this, I don't know if it would have any impact, but I don't, when people make decisions about whether they're going to buy locally or buy online, I don't know if this chart might pique people's interest or some kind of, I don't know, a campaign of, pride in. I know these kind of campaigns have gone on before, but chart is pretty stunning as to why we should buy locally. Just a thought.
Thank you, Sandra.
I see no one else on Zoom.
Okay, seeing no one else, we're going to close the public comment and bring it back to council for a motion and comments. Councilmember Bauer.
I'll make a motion to receive the fiscal year 2024-25 budget review report and mid-year budget adjustments and adopt the resolution of the City Council amending the fiscal year 24-25 adopted budget, create new funds for the CAPE and CARE divisions, and appropriate $477,666 of the opioid settlement funds to support the CAPE and CARE divisions.
Second. Great. We have a motion and a second. Any comments? Please vote.
5 yes votes, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any future agenda items? Okay. And so because we've gone so late, the city manager will be doing his report next month, or next meeting, excuse me. And I've had a request from a council member to also postpone council reports. Councilmember Bauer, would you like to speak to that?
We have 4 minutes. That's all I'll say. No, I just think we could do it next meeting, unless it's something really, really critical.
To do what?
Saying I asked for an hour, but I'm cool.
To do our council reports next time. So it'll be a month's worth.
To read tonight. It's
Oh.
not very long.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead. I need a motion.
Mayor, I'd like to move that we extend the meeting until 11:10.
Second.
Please vote. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
4 yes votes, Fernandez. Dissent's motion carries.
Wow. Okay. Councilmember Castellano.
Sure. Just brief report. We're here. I want to hear what you all are up to.
Done.
Actually, there's time. I attended the Eureka Main Street meeting. I met with the realtors, and I went with a group of folks to Pelican Bay as part of the Cal Poly BA program in communications. And I am going to share a poem written by community member and leader Elizabeth Hassler. She's currently at the state capitol advocating for Medicaid. And she is a local poet and leader and advocate, and she gave me permission to share this poem that she wrote. A poem about regional centers. I am just one person. I use 13 hours of help every day to move my limbs, clean up spills, change my clothes, cook food, and wash dishes, unbreak my back and my broken down skin, leave my house at all. I am just one person. I drove 6 hours to get here from a town with one wheelchair cab and no weekend buses and many big trees. And that is, yes, still California. I am just one person. I need 3 medical appointments every week so I can work part-time. 8 people come through my house and take me everywhere I go, to the store, to my parents' house, to the rally mic. I am just one person. 20 other people use the same service agency I do, which creates 50 jobs. I am just one person. I say conservatively 20,000 words a day. I have a friend who clearly says 5 words: Monday, bus, duh, yeah, no. She gets very frustrated, hits, throws things, does 4 loads of laundry every day to stay clean. She is already close to a nursing home. She would not survive. I am just one person. I have a friend who is an open water lifeguard before she had a massive seizure that split her seizures open. Now she has 12 seizures a day, and those are the smaller ones that don't make it harder to walk. She is afraid to leave her bed after noon because her symptoms get so bad at night. I am just one person. I have dozens of friends who could drive me to the poetry workshop in the apocalypse because I have a wheelchair van, Medicaid paid for, at least for a while before they got tired of my needing body and my needing to please them to live with the only help when the only help is free. I'm just one person. I know dozens of people who can talk to people at their day program Medicaid paid for because friends get tired and strangers call them names. I'm just one person. I have a friend who communicates with her eyes and eats through a tube and taught herself to read. I'm just one person. I have a friend who wants to learn to use the bus and he needs a worker who speaks Spanish. I am just one person. I was young once. So many babies are growing into young people and getting what they need. This is Medicaid. I'm just one person. I have a friend who is like me, but he still lives at home, and his mom needed cancer treatment. This is Medicaid. I'm just one person. I have dozens and dozens of peers who need 2 staff people all the time to stay safe, secure, uninjured, maybe 3 to join community events for more than 1 minute. Don't they belong here with us? Don't they belong in the world? I'm just one person. I am here to feed you the world of developmental disability with my mouth and my body the best I can. I am just one person. I am one of 1% of Californians, of 500,000 of us, of X in this group, plus everyone who serves us and loves us. I deserve the chance to serve and love in every one of us, and so do you. This is Medicaid. I am just one person. I have the whole world around me. I am just one person. I need the whole world around me. I deserve it. And I just wanted to share that because as a community, we'll be responding to the way national changes affect the people who live here. And Elizabeth is someone I care about, and there are other people I care about, and I just want to lift them up in our community.
Thank you. Councilmember Moulton. Councilmember Moulton.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Castellano, for that. I don't have any travel to report or any poetry. I did attend the Sunset Heights town hall around transportation. Wanted to thank Principal Sabillo at Alice Burney Elementary for hosting that. Although I attended the one on Zoom, there was lots of great comments in both, people talking about how to get around our community with or without a car. I met with our consultant regarding the city's strategic visioning plan, which is coming up. That is where we set the course for this giant ship that we are at the helm of. Good time to get involved. If you've got something you're concerned about, now is a great time to contact your council person. I was fortunate enough to do a ride along with Humboldt Bay Fire. I climbed to the top of the ladder.
Yay.
The next day I felt like I'd really overdone leg day, but I did make it back down. And then I participated in Bowl for Kids' Sake, with some of my great colleagues here, raising money for Big Brothers, Big Sisters of the North Coast. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Bauer.
Thank you. Shock.
Welcome.
I also was at Bowl for Kids' Sake. That was a great time. Great to support the kids. And Lyndon only got me by 6 pins. I just had to point that out. I had an RCEA board meeting, which there's lots of lively discussion about rates, of course, because they're sky high, and there'll be more to talk about that in the future. And I also had some travel. I attended the board of directors meeting for League of California Cities. And a little fun fact, we got our 2024 annual report, and 72% of legislative bills Cal City supported passed. So we're pretty effective at defending the interests of our cities in California. So I always enjoy that. And it's kind of one of those in-between meetings, though, where, we're waiting for legislation to happen. So, but it was great to see everybody there at the league. And that's enough. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Contreras-Deloche.
So let's see. I got to meet with Jacob Rosen and talked with him about some of our programs over there. So he said, I'm sorry, I'm exhausted. I attended in person the Sunset Heights thing at Alice Burney. I did the in-person one. I also met with Open Door, and then have had a bunch of meetings and conversations with community members. I did Bowl for Kids' Sake. I got to go to part of the Badawat Film Festival. And then right now I'm working with some we have a cohort of people that are trying to arrange some Oregon and Washington lawmakers to come down here and talk about offshore wind and do a tour of our harbor. And I'm helping them arrange things and put that together. And I think that's everything for now.
Thank you. Councilmember Fernandez, did you have something?
I feel like I got 6 minutes I could eat up. So we'll see how long I can droll on. Very. I'd been a little checked out over the last few weeks because I'd started a new job. So unfortunately, I'd missed out on Bowl for Kids' sake. Thankfully, the 2x2 with Eureka City Schools had been rescheduled through no fault of my own, thankfully. So we'll be meeting later this month. Very much like Councilmember Moulton met with the facilitator or the person that'll be overseeing the strategic visioning that we'll be doing in April. And much like Councilmember Contreras-Deloche, also helping coordinate local electeds and some from out of state to have more in-depth conversations about wind energy here in our region. So do you want more song and dance maybe?
Thank you.
Okay.
So with that, I want to just thank everybody that's hung in there with us all. We're adjourned, and I will not hit the gavel again.